a number of people coming and going with our CCOs, directors and so on coming in to talk to us about their 6 monthly reports and quite a number of other items of business. So I do have a bit of a timetable to try and keep to, so please be aware of that, and hopefully working together we'll get through this pretty well. First of all, just ask for, are there any apologies? None. Any declarations of interest? Nothing. Okay, we'll move to the public forum, and we've got Ray Henderson who's going to be speaking to us this morning. So welcome, Ray.
Yeah, good morning, councillors, everybody else. Right, the harbour plan, consultation on the harbour plan. On the 26th of February, I received an email regarding my submissions. At that stage, there had been a small group of saying, where has this response will be meant to be getting from the hearings? Because it seemed to be a bit overdue. So whether I got that as a prompting or whether that was just a timing. But when I did receive it, very disappointed. In the past, when I've received responses to submissions, there's been reference to at least a couple of my ideas, not always in a positive manner, but at least it shows that the submission's been looked at. This time it was a generic letter, which I believe through discussing with other people is identical to everybody. So nothing seems to be addressed specifically to me. And I think that is an example of piss poor public engagement. So I'm not impressed at all. And that's where I stand.
No, certainly appreciate your stance on that. I took it on myself to respond more directly to each submitter where appropriate, but in this case it ended up that we had just did not have time to actually go through, cross-reference everything back to the submission to the plan and write the detail that I would like to have done. In the absence of that, I said, you know, we put out the generic one, which had a general response as to what the changes had been, and hope that people would have the ability to just go back to the plan. We gave the references and so on to the adopted plan, so that they could have a look through and see where their ideas may or may not have been picked up. So I'm sorry it wasn't the personalised one that I'd said. It just simply was a matter of time, and doubled up with the situation where I knew people were absolutely in public saying they wanted their submissions responses as soon as possible. So everything combined to have the situation we've got. But in the end, we've got the plan, which we think is a good one, and which will help take the area forward and make sure that it stays a very valued space for the community.
I'm not objecting to those details of the plan. I quite like itself. I'm not saying the plan itself is wrong because you haven't responded to my suggestions. But in response to your response, I'd like to say that having time to respond in an individual manner is part of planning.
There's a lot of things that are happening in local government at the moment,
and
you probably know more than many of all of the things. You only need to look through my meeting list in today's agenda to see just how busy it's been for the last month and more. Take it on board what you said, and thank you very much for your time. Okay, councillors, we'll just move to item 4.1 on page 8, confirmation of public minutes of the council meeting held on the 16th of February. Someone like to move those? Adopted. Councillor Hopkins, Devdale, any comments?
Look, yeah, sorry, briefly, and I raised this up mainly because it became a matter of discussion and debate and some confusion subsequently. Just on page 13, using his right to reply, Councillor Hopkins clarified that he was not seeking a report back, rather he wanted to see the commencement of drafting a plan change occur immediately. What I'm absolutely certain I said on the day was I wanted to see plan changes drafted immediately with the possibility of a plan change happening afterwards. So personally, I'd like to see that change to say commencement of drafting plan changes occur immediately, which could mean leaving out the draft plan change. I just think that more accurately reflect what I said and what I hope officers understood.
Okay, we'll make that change. Anything else? Put those in favour of those being adopted, please say aye. Against, carried. And now to the extraordinary council meeting on the 23rd of February. I'd like to move those. Councillor Holding, thank you. Councillor Halalali, thank you very much. Any comments? Okay, put those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving to 5.1 on page 31, my report. So I'll take that as read. It was really a good opportunity to put in a little bit of the detail to what I was referring to before, the very large topics that we are dealing with at the moment as local government that are taking up an unexpected and very large amount of time. So three waters continues to be a challenging topic, and it's taking up a lot of staff time as well as council time, and just acknowledging the workshop that a couple of the councillors and I went to and staff attended, both the one in Wanaka and in Christchurch the following week. The future for local government is a discussion which is really starting to get some legs. There are, in a number of the forum that we're involved in, there are discussions going on about what the future for local government might mean. Where are the opportunities? Where do we see the opportunities, and where do we think the government might see those opportunities, and how do we make sure that we're all on the same page? So it is a very interesting time for local governments at the moment as we look to transition potentially away from some of the infrastructure services that we've had and towards more of the social services. But it really is a bit of a blank canvas about what that actually is going to look like. So a bit of detail on that. And just a wee bit more about actually when we are moving to those sorts of things, the funding that we've got from the established jobs, the actual delivery on ground of what some of that extension of service might be. So anyway, without going through all of it, that's some of the aspects of it. So happy to take any questions or comments. Councillor Hopkins? Yeah,
very quick comment. I've noted the emergence of a new acronym on page 33, and I'm a bit worried because I can see it rapidly becoming FLOG, which I think is what we're going to get. But anyway, the question I had was your reference to the local service delivery starting here, and this is the 250,000 we've got to train, get more than 25 NEETs into work, and got 3 months to do it. Have we managed to get anyone jobs for anyone so far? I mean, I know it's relatively soon, but it's a pretty tight time frame.
It's a very tight time frame. So basically, we've been utilising the time we've got in March to get the structure set up. So utilising a lot of what is already there, and this is where local government can make a real difference. It's making a difference with Safer Waitaki, and it can make a difference in this area here, and that is just coordinating a lot of what's actually there already, but not being utilised to its full effect, or not being optimised, and not being connected. We can help connect those things, and with a bit of extra funding, as we're getting in this instance, we're able to turn that turn what's already happening, fine tune it a bit more to what we see as a need, and get results. So we're going to have basically April, May and June to deliver on this. It's a very tight time frame, so it's really important to get the foundation right.
Yes.
And go from there.
But not as tight as I thought, because that's actually 4 months, isn't it? 1 month's prep, 3 months delivery. So that's great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kind of a few weeks. Councillor Tabler.
I just wanted to comment and probably congratulate yourself and Helen and Elga. I think up till now there's the government's very much starting to move into the social areas and what funding we can receive. But we're starting to do a lot more planning in that area and being a lot more strategic, and therefore actually going to central government with our proposals rather than always having to respond at all times to their tight timeframes and their mixed bag of proposals, which makes us not very strategic. We end up being quite reactive. So it's really good to see us starting to front foot that discussion, and it's going to take a lot of work, and it's not always going to work. But I think it's a really good way to sort of start to make that discussion a lot less reactive. So
yeah, there's some really good progress being made right across the community, and they're shown with this particular program. It's Safer Waitaki looking at mental health and how we can deliver better outcomes for our people through local delivery of that service. It's the work that Councillor Halaleli is doing also, in, particularly with the Pacifica community around education and looking at expanding into possibilities of housing and other things. Happy if you want to make any comments on that, Hannah. But I just want to acknowledge the good work that you're also doing in that space, trying to attract funding into the district.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just take this opportunity to thank you and Helen and the team for putting this proposal together. I know the time frame was very short, but you do have to maximise and leverage those opportunities whenever they come to us. And I think it signals an indication of changes in terms of central government heavily relying on local communities and local government providing these services without compromising all the other services that we need to provide. So no, congratulations, and look forward to progressing this initiative and other initiatives that community groups are doing on the ground that really need local council support. So thank you.
Keep up your good work. Thank you.
Councillor King, can I just commend you also on your report, especially the last couple of pages, number of meetings that you attended in the last 6 weeks is just outstanding.
It's been a full 6 weeks. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just to go back to things, Gary, your report on the Three Waters Update meeting in Wanaka, just to say that it was a very interesting meeting, and I echo your comments that we probably have as many questions left after the meeting as we had before. And I think that became clear during that meeting that the government are feeling their way as well, and they're not sure where things are going to go either. So that to use a water phrase, there's a lot of water under the bridge before this matter is finally resolved.
There is indeed, and I think some of the criticism has been that there has been such a rush to get things through, and really we were supposed to be looking at tranche 2 over this next couple of months. There's not much talk around tranche 2 funding, which is a bit of a concern, but it's also really been put towards I think more October, November for that next stage to happen properly. I mean, we just need time to respond and work together so that we have the right result, not one that's being cobbled together and is less than a situation for all of us.
Exactly, yeah.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson's comments reminded me. Reading your report, it's interesting. It's clear that councils generally are becoming more reticent and uneasy about signing on. And the more questions remain unanswered and the longer they remain unanswered, that would appear to be the case, or that would appear to be a growing sentiment. I just wonder what's going to happen later in the year if a number of councils, quite a significant number, maybe including us, maybe not, maybe including a big city, maybe not, say no, we don't want to be part of this. Either the government's whole scheme collapses or they force us in. What do you think ultimately is more likely to happen? I fear the latter, but I'm wondering what your view is. You're closer to it.
I think it would be a brave step for the government to, if there's significant pushback from the sector, for the government to then go against a lot of councils and say, well, we're taking it anyway, would be a pretty major move. I mean, for us, it's not that we necessarily have to hand over our assets to another entity. It would be if there was an NZTA type FAR system where we were able to get subsidy for the communities that really needed some help to upgrade their water and to make sure the wastewater is properly treated and so on. That would probably work for us. That's not the same for every council. I do know feedback from staff who went to the Christchurch workshop on the last week that there were certainly some doubtful councils there at the start. By the end of it, I think that number had increased. So it hadn't given people the certainty or the confidence that things were heading in the right direction. I'm not sure if Mr. Hope or Mr. Reader want to comment on any of that feedback from the Christchurch one. If anyone's able to do that, you weren't there, but I think you and your team were.
I think it's summarised it reasonably well.
Okay. Right. So no, that's there's more. We're working closely with DIA, and I think they are. They're trying to do the right thing, but on the other hand, it's they're dealing with a lot of different issues for different councils, and they're trying to get one solution. It's not necessarily the ideal for all of us. So watch the space. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? Someone like to move, receive the report. Mr. Tavendale, Mr. McRovey, second to that. Thank you. Those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? It's carried. Now move to Chief Executive's report on page 40.
Thank you. Yeah, given the size of today's agenda, take the report as read, if that's all right. And I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Do you have any questions? Councillor McRovey.
Yeah, more of a statement actually. I managed to read through the briefing incoming ministers of local government. Well worth a read if anybody hasn't read it. Chief, you did have a link in his papers to it, but I would commend you to read that very helpful document.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just comment about comment as well on the other question, but the comment is about the ORCs looking at boards. And I'm just wondering whether any officers here think some of this comment is needless, unnecessarily alarmist. The majority of the monitoring boards, 75%, recorded elevated levels of E. coli above drinking water standards at some point in their monitoring history. Well, I mean, that statement is only as valid or as meaningful as the length of the monitoring history, isn't it? I mean, if it goes back 100 years, unearthed, so what? Do you see what I mean?
Well, I think what the Regional Council is recommending is that people in rural areas who take water from bores for drinking water just be mindful of the fact that contamination can occur. And it's obviously not a minor level of contamination given the extent. So just something for people to be mindful of. And I just took the opportunity to bring it to the attention of people.
And just a quick question. Do we have any more information about the government's latest proposal, refluoride, assigning the matter to the Director General of Health to make the ultimate decision? Do we know if the government envisages any public engagement in the matter at all?
I'm not aware of the detail of that at this time, but I can.
Can we monitor that? I'm aware that in this community, as in others, there is a percentage of people, rightly or wrongly, who have a view about fluoridation that may or may not correspond with vaccination. And the funny thing is, the government appears to be willing to let people be voluntary about vaccination, but compulsory about fluoridation, which seems to me to be an absolutely ironic contradiction of approach. Anyway, yeah. So I just would ask us to stay over that, across that if we could.
Okay, anyone else?
I just wondered about the Central and Local Government Chief Executives Forum. Did you find that was a good?
It was very useful. The regional councils have had a similar engagement with central government for the last few years. And to me, it's indicative of the Department of Internal Affairs' marked increase in its engagement with local government, which is really positive, because while they've had responsibility for local government for a long time, they were often conspicuous by their absence, really. So it was very useful, and certainly from the perspective of some honest and frank exchanges, really useful for development of the relationship between local government and central government. So I'm encouraging as many other chief executives as possible to attend the second of its kind.
Fantastic. And you had a fair bit of feed into the agenda process, or was it set?
Not on this occasion. It was agreed between Sorghum and the central government chief executives.
Councillor Williams.
Just a query on 3rd of March, you had a catch up with James Powell, Dawn Aerospace, just an update.
Yes, James is confirming that Amenity is a significant location for testing. Once initial more higher risk testing is undertaken elsewhere in less sparsely populated parts of the country. They are recruiting quite significantly, so aerospace engineers are being recruited into the Christchurch team. They have acquired the Civil Aviation Authority certification necessary for them to fly, and that's quite significant. It's the first of its kind, and certainly is quite a milestone achievement for them. So things are looking fairly positive. COVID-19 is obviously having an impact on their Netherlands side of their operation, but largely on track.
Yeah, thank you, Fergus, for your report. Just another meeting you had, teleconference with Nigel Clifford, Maritime New Zealand. Was that a certain vote that you advised at times in Oamaru Harbour, or was it other matters?
It would be, yes.
Can you give us any information on that, or is that a matter that's...
Well, in summary, Maritime New Zealand defers to the authority of the Harbour Master in this case, and Mr. Hope and his team have been having discussions with Harbour Master about this situation.
Thank you.
And I will be meeting with the owner shortly to have some discussions about the matter. So,
Are you going to mention the Navy's submarine training exercise?
no, Councillor, we won't be mentioning that. No.
Councillor McGrovey.
Just a question returning, Fergus, thank you, Mayor, to your comment about E. coli. What is the collaboration, if you're aware of, between ORC and ECAN in terms of what they do for E. coli? Because as you know, part of our region is in Environment Canterbury territory and some in ORC. And over a year ago, there was E. coli detected in Britannica, which was addressed. Nothing this year around the same period of time. But is there any degree of collaboration between the two authorities over E. coli testing? Because there needs to be.
Yeah, there is. It's a fairly standard practice for all the regional councils to have quite close liaison. And for several years now, there has been a national repository of data, which means that any regional council can go online and see test results for, well, every regional council in New Zealand. And that's linked to NIWA testing as well. So between national surveying and all of the regional council data, so quite a comprehensive overview can be ascertained.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, someone like to move to receive that report? Councillor Hopkins, Councillor McGrovey. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Okay, moving on to item 6.1, recommendations from the Akureyri Community Boards. Councillor McGrovey, would like to move that one?
Yes, I'll move that.
Okay.
Very straightforward.
Right.
Get it
Someone
right.
like to second that?
Just to clarify, what we're moving is the recommendation at the bottom of page 51. The council approves of the refund payment, et cetera, et cetera. That's,
Resolution is generally moving. Yes.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Right, any discussion? Obviously, this did have good support with the community board. It's been an ongoing topic. You're really good to get seen, but
Pretty quickly.
Yes.
and put it behind us. Right,
Can't have lobbies using it as a.
no, exactly right.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put it, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carries. Okay, and then item point two.
I'm happy to move that again, in future.
On Wi-Fi. Move
Sorry, I can comment, yes, I won't move it.
Councillor Wallstein, thank you, and seconded
Councillor Williams.
Councillor Williams, right. Okay. Just double check there's not any other further information on that one. Okay. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
And against, carried. Right, now move on to 7.1, the water services bill submission. That report's on page 57. And welcome Mr. Hope and Mrs. Van Speck to read out this report and go from there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richard. Probably we must talk about this, the next three reports in one go. They will need to be voted on separately. These are just the practical impact of really a topic that appeared both in the news report and the Chief Executive's report. That central government and other entities are asking for council's input into a wide variety of policies and other documents. The timeframe for feedback seldom fit into our meeting cycle. Some of them to actually, the council wants to have a say, it needs to have another process to submit these the feedback prior to actually getting formal approval through council. So the first two are both about submissions that have already been made, and the third is really formalising a process to allow submissions to be made on a timely basis. So in terms of the water services bill, that has been made. I think even the submission to the committee has occurred yesterday. So then you may be able to comment on that, how that went. So this is really just seeking formal endorsement of the submission that has already been made. So you can answer any questions.
I'll just add to that, I zoomed in to the select committee yesterday morning and spoke to the submission, also at the same time supporting the Otago Southland submission, the Canterbury submission, and the GNZ submissions. So it was really just reiterating the points that we wanted to make, which was there needs to be some changes to the bill to make it more effective and make sure that the right responsibilities were sheeted home to the right entities. And the feedback after some questions was they appreciated our submission, the quality of it, and the points that we made. So thanks to staff for putting that all together. Happy to take any other questions or comments.
Just a quick comment. There was a huge amount of work put into this at a really quick time frame, and I think you let the members scramble too to try and get through and actually give some meaningful feedback. But they are really good submissions, and I thank staff for work they put into that there in a ridiculous time frame.
Very true. Councillor McRory.
You mean under page 59, 10, requirements from Taumata Arawai to step into assist if things go wrong. That to me sounds like they want to be the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff rather than the ambulance at the top trying to help us, because if you look, as Deputy has just said, there's a heck of a lot of work involved in a lot of these things. A strong focus on offences, well, someone's got to apply that to the real world. A requirement for 3-year assessment, someone's got to do that. Due diligence requirement, catchment water and risk management means there's a hell of a lot of work required by us to meet some of these things. And here we see the body that's supposed to be charged with responsibility being there if things go wrong. Hello, that doesn't seem right to me. That seems very, very odd. And I would far rather see them at the top of the cliff, not at the bottom. That's all I'll say, Chair.
Yeah, I think there was one of the points was actually that Taumata ROI need to oversee a key part of the group of water supplies, rather than the council is given responsibility. Yeah, this is particularly true if Three Waters does go off to another entity. We won't have a water services team, and to try and maintain something of a team in case schemes that we don't currently manage don't go right. That's the problem. So it's sheeting home to Taumata ROI the responsibility in the first place, rather than us or other councils, and making sure that the system is more robust to deal with problems should they arise. I mean, we've got 2,000 or so people in the Waitaki district who are not on council water schemes. That might, some of those are on individual house on a single board through to small schemes out in the community. And, we've obviously our ratepayers who are on water schemes have been paying their rates. The schemes have been upgraded along the way. They've got the service that they've got, and they've got the protection that our service gives them. If something goes wrong in some of these other one-offs or small schemes, then how do we deal with that? First of all, from a resourcing point of view, then from a financial point of view, who's paying for that? The cost of sorting out one house on a single board could be quite extreme, and it's not fair on all the other ratepayers who have been paying their way to have that cost. So there's a whole lot of threads to this, but as I said, it's really trying to sheep home responsibility where it should be. Councillor King?
Can I just back you up on that same point? Because that was a concern of mine. That we have part of our district who are on these individual electric suppliers that are private. But that was one thing we did learn in Wanaka, that in the meantime, that is off the table. But it's going to take a long time to get it all sorted anyway. So I think it's really good that the submission actually did point that out.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
You just following on the same topic. Councillor Morobi's point, I didn't actually think that to us, Ross, but you raised it. I was just reading above, the page above that, it says that the Taumata ROI, its role is to water services regulator, administer and enforce the new drinking water system. So it's an enforcement, it's not really an advisory, it's more enforcement. So that's why it's at the bottom of the cliff rather than the top. So I think it's just the way it appears to be have been put together.
Councillor Hopkins?
Well, I wasn't going to comment because you said that you should sing. But the point is that what they're asking councils to do every 3 years is another unfunded mandate. And I think our submission saying this should not sit with councils, but should sit with this new entity or entities is entirely appropriate. And merely because we say at the moment it's regulatory, maybe so, but it could and should, in this instance, also be advisory or do the assessments. And I totally support that component of the submission.
Yeah, I think the reference to Taumata ROI is really around if things go wrong from the enforcement side of things, so they step in. If it goes wrong from a delivery point of view, that's when whatever water entity should step in. If councils don't have water and they go to some other entity, that's the one that should step in and deal with the problem, preferably with some funding from central government to help keep the cost away from all the other ratepayers, but that's another topic altogether. Anyway, we need to move on. So, Councillor Holding, you'd like to move?
I just move that formally ratify the Waitaki District Council submission.
Thank you very much. And seconded, Councillor Brody. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. I'm moving on to the draft Otago Regional Policy Statement Submission. Okay, sorry, page 71. Speak to that. Covered the.
This is one that less familiar with, I'll just hand over to Mr. Van Steek to make a couple of comments.
Good morning, councillors. So this submission again was really tight timeframes. Otago Regional Council have got a really tight timeframe to prepare another regional policy statement in response to direction from the Minister of the Environment. This comes out of the shorter reform mainly, and really tight timeframes to get a new land and water regional plan in place by 2023. So yeah, a lot of this content of the new draft RPS comes from central government direction. The last time around, for example, national policy statements, national environmental standards. So our scope to actually change direction or make comment is a little bit more limited than it has been in the past. So I get our submission focused on the areas where Waitiki could influence change to the currently drafted RPS.
Thank you. So comments and questions, councillors?
Well, look, can I just flag, I worked quite a lot with Victoria on this, I think other councillors may have as well, but I have real concerns about this document. You have to understand now, we must give effect to regional policy statements. In other words, we have to build into our plans what they tell us in the statements. And in my view, I don't think we've been tough enough with them. I think the currently draft regional policy statement should alarm every resident in Otago. I'm quite serious about it. And as I understand, they don't intend to consult on this draft, although one regional councillor has told me they are consulting. We've been quite nice at the start that we're largely supported with the draft policy. Well, my view is we should have said, you cannot put out a draft without a Section 32 analysis. And indeed, we should have gone further, in my view, and said, and if you don't, we'll go to the Environment Court and appeal it. Because we could not put out a district plan without a Section 32. You've got to show you've looked at everything, and why you've alighted where you have is the best available option. And they haven't done it. It's a lamentable failure. And to my mind, it actually invalidates the entire draft statement as it stands. Equally, in my view, they misinterpret the New Zealand Constitution. They assume roles that sit with the Crown, and those roles can then be passed on to us by way of giving effect. And I agree with everything we've said in our submission, but my view is we should have gone further. And I hope there is significant pushback, because I think it's a flawed document. And could inhibit and compel TLAs to do things that their constituents don't necessarily want them to do.
Thank you for those comments. Just ask Mrs. Van der Speek, was this process open to the wider just to councils?
Yes, this is essentially a 1 month time frame.
Right. So submissions are closed now. Yeah. Councillor Hopkins, just did you make a submission yourself?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was under the impression that actually at that stage that it was us that had been asked to consult and no one else.
Right.
So I did confine my comments to suggestions to Victoria.
Sorry, just clarify. No, it's not a document at this stage. Okay.
Yeah.
Just clarify that. So it's just for invited.
Okay. Just
at the draft stage.
So yeah, it looks like they have done a Section 32 evaluation. So, but we can talk about that further later anyway.
Okay.
And go through all that detail right now. You know, we certainly expect them to follow the rules of the government to allow a process which allows them to follow the rules that the government has set out in the first place. Interesting situation. Councillor Taylor.
I just want to reiterate Mrs. Van der Speek's comments around the limitations that we have. The fair amount of this that is basically paying homage directly to national policy statements and national environmental standards. And, you know, there's a time when we feed into those processes, and this is giving effect to a lot of those, which we then obviously do have to give effect to. But our hands are tied in many ways, and I still think we need to be very strategic in the way we approach our feedback on these kind of things. Like, I think some of the feedback you're talking about, Councillor Hopkins, is better actually directed at central government policy rather than trying to sort of beat the person who's doing what they've also been told they have to do. Because then I think in the noise, the things that we can actually influence get lost. So I did appreciate that there's a lot of the national policy statement and, you know, a lot of the national direction that we may be uncomfortable with, but this is the wrong place to influence that. And yeah, I do think that we had a submission that we put through that made a lot of sense. It was nice and clear, it was well written, and it touched on some of the areas that will affect us that we can influence. So I thought it was well done.
And as I said, I support everything. I just think we should have said a bit more. I take it.
So with that, Camille, would you like to move
Please.
the recommendation?
And I will second it.
Further comment? Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? We now move on to 3, the process. So we've looked at a couple of examples where we've made submissions and had them ratified after the fact because they haven't been able to fit within the normal council meeting schedule. This is setting out more of a policy or process so that we can do this with staff know that there is a good the support for this type of process to happen in the future. Hand over to Mr. Hope just to talk about the detail of how he sees that working and what we're being asked to do here.
Yeah, so it's really just confirming what we believe is a very practical approach to being able to make submissions, generally with pretty limited time frames. Generally, a month is a long time for some of these. The way, even if the council meeting was timed perfectly, it's still only gives sort of 2 weeks to prepare it, to then get it into the agenda, to get it to the meeting, to get it submitted away. So this is just seen as a practical alternative to that. It's really a hierarchy that we can work down, and each of the steps in the hierarchy would have appropriate authority if this resolution is passed. But it will really fall to the committee chairs. The officers will try and identify the most appropriate chair. Get some formal feedback on that, but it will come to the chair to decide whether the most appropriate person, the kind of feedback they want to get, who is the circle of people that will be involved in it. This being continuing the relationship that I think officers have with chairs in here, to make sure that the most appropriate people in the group see the submissions, have an opportunity to provide feedback into them, and then get the submission away with support and authority of council when that is done. So we see it as a practical method of dealing with what we see as an ongoing and increasing requirement to provide feedback on a number of policies and other documents.
Yes, you're exactly right. I mean, there's an increasing number of issues that are being raised where we do feel greater need to make submissions. In the past, it's been fairly intermittent. With all the reform that's happening, the ability to respond quickly and have a good submission made is more crucial. And with the busyness of everyone trying to find the most efficient way to do that is also very important. So appreciate that. Councillor Taverner.
I think this is in a lot of ways the only way we can handle some. I just guess we pulled in a few people for each one of the ones we've just talked about. But I think it's really helpful, wherever possible, whether it's through councillor briefing or taking on to anything we're doing, just to throw out the general direction of what we're talking about to the full body where we can. Obviously, it's not going to be decided to then in every detail, but I think that general direction helps the councillors that are having to make a call on things that we may not have really felt we've traversed and felt we've actually got a strong understanding of what council direction is.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, I'm totally happy to support this as well, but there is one thing, subject to rereading standing orders. One other solution would be simply for the submission to be made by the committee, which could actually be self-contained and have its own discussions and conversations and make a submission that wouldn't require subsequent ratification by the council. There is always a remote possibility that the full council will say, no, we don't like that. Very unlikely, but.
Well, I think it's really important that it is, these are things generally of importance to us all, and we should all have the final say and ratifying. Not too sure what happens if we've lodged a submission and then we decide we don't like it, but
just ask
I would expect we can ask for it to be withdrawn. I think the chances of that is happening. We've got a good smaller representation of councillors looking at each one. Generally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem. And if we're speaking to a submission, we're able to add any other points at that time as well. So it's not the last shot by any stretch of the imagination. So anyway, Councillor King.
Yeah, and I agree with the sentiment of this. It's going to work the best, but I do have real concerns about the haste of everything, the way that everything's been done in such haste just now. So there's big mistakes in being made along the way. But that's a concern.
Anyone else?
I'll move it to chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Grovey, and seconded Councillor Tavendale. Any further discussion? Put it, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Mr. Hope and Mrs. Vandersteeg. Right, now we've got 7.4, item on carbon farm forestry. And welcome Cook, Burrell and Elizabeth. So, welcome. And who's going to lead out on this discussion? Mr. Cook. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I have with me Mr. Bardsley and Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell contributed to the paper, and Mr. Bardsley has been working in the forestry area since it came onto our radar back in February 16. The purpose of this paper is to clarify the instructions that were given. I noted that it was mentioned in the minutes of the meeting first thing this morning. So I believe that we've still captured the essence of those instructions, and we're seeking the instructors to prepare a draft district plan change, instruct us to advocate and participate in the review of the subsequent national environmental standard on plantation forestry, and that the instructors to investigate the opportunity to levy development contributions on plantation forestry and carbon farming activities due to the effects that it has on local infrastructure.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Tavendale.
Just a couple of questions. First of all, on page 92 down the bottom, you mentioned that the initial estimates required to undertake the work for the plan change is about 100,000. Obviously, some of it's going to be work for the district plan, then we would be undertaking just at a slower fashion. Is there any, I guess, savings of that's what we would have done taken into account there, or is that just a whole new cost?
Thank you for the question. I'm able to answer it. It is viewed as an additional cost, and there will be a component there associated with changing the current operative plan, and you might think of it as accelerated evidence, but we believe that it is accurate to undertake this work. We need to there will be an additional cost up front, and detail than perhaps what we have done.
So to the chair, the district plan budgets, obviously loan paid. So this year upfront right now, obviously we can afford to do that, and maybe I'm guessing cost implications down the road. Is that your reading of how we handle it?
Yes, that's right. And possibly,
Yeah, we still have a piece of work to do around where the budget will actually fall. Some of it will inevitably be a known variance by the end of this financial year. The operating budget, because we need, if we are to progress, we need to undertake some fairly significant surveying work.
And just finally, sorry, mentioned that obviously talking around the national environmental standards and how they may address carbon forestry. You've got in here there that the minister could be invited to the district. Can we turn that could be into invited the minister? Like, I think the timeframes right now are actually quite important to this discussion.
they are important. And if this is papers accepted, so.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Holden?
Just to help me understand it a bit better, obviously we've got forestry, which is the carbon forestry part, and then plantation forestry. Is there going to be unintended financial costs burden by the industry in the district? Or is this looking at managing the carbon only? Or is this good?
We'll have to, as been alluded to with the ORC submission discussion, prepare a section 32 where we do look at different costs and benefits as part of potential costs on forestry and carbon farming. But again, some of the provisions that we're looking to utilise are those that are already provided for within years, for instance, and as such, they shouldn't add additional costs onto what's already that people have to follow through with.
We polish up this report. Carbon farming seems to be heading towards the NES. So we will be preparing our work on with the assumption that it will end up in the NES to ensure that the district plan change aligns and is future proof. Should it end up in the NES, but is still workable whilst it's outside the NES.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins?
I'm just wondering, yeah, I've got a couple of questions, and also I hope we can source that joint study from American University and the University of Waikato that shows that planting more trees will actually accelerate global warming because of the response of trees to temperature and photosynthesis. I think we should give them a copy of that. Guilty. A question from Mr. Hope. I thought we'd already changed the DCs to include carbon farming with a differential. In the current tranche of or the modified plan, haven't we done that already, or are we not done that as yet? I thought we had that 2 or 4% differential, and I thought we extended to include carbon farming.
It's not through the development contributions, it's our emission.
Oh, so rating
Emission through the rating policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a remission, so it is one of the adjustments that we're looking to make this time around.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that, have we covered that one off? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The other, yeah, sorry about the confusion with the DCs and rates. Question for you, Roger, Mr. Cook and Mr. Burrell. On page 91, you say that you've sought legal advice on the forestry definition within the district plan and the NES on plantation forestry. And the advice you've got to say is the implication is that carbon farming may fall outside the provisions, but you go on to say it's clear that the original intention of the NESPF was to cover carbon farming. Well, what's to stop us presuming the original intention and inviting other people to challenge that or disprove it? I mean, how can the legal advice say it isn't in there when you've also been told by somebody, obviously, that it was meant to be?
Well, just as an initial comment, I guess this is an untested area, and the definition of plantation forestry includes harvesting. And so there's an area of discussion there that needs to be had around whether that's sufficient to cover carbon farming, which by its very definition does not actually have a harvest. So it's something that we could seek a declaration from the Environment Court on, but what we're looking to do there is push that money through into the district plan into the specific plan change.
Would it be prudent to get that declaration as part of this process?
It depends upon council's level of risk, really, and interest in this issue. But again, should the declaration go one way, it would mean that we end up being no further ahead.
Yeah.
The other way might be helpful more helpful.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
It could all end up in that arena anyway.
Mr. Power.
Yeah, I think putting aside the issue as to whether or not carbon forestry was intended to be included in the NES or not, the actual definition of plantation forestry in the NES excludes carbon farming. If that was an error of drafting, our understanding is that it's the intention of the review panel that carbon farming be clearly within the NES. Now, on the one hand, that provides the positive benefit of certainty. On the other hand, it's important to understand that the NES is actually a permissive instrument. So the carbon farming coming within the purview of the NES in some respects is potentially negative because it's quite a permissive instrument. And that's one of the issues that Mr. Burrell and the team are going to have to look at is satisfying the tension between the district plan, protection of communities, and
Sure.
I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Just double check. No other questions? Okay, moved. Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion?
Yeah, but just to speak to that, it's another thing that's been handed down to us from central government. We're reacting to some incentivising that's happened at central government level that has had unintended consequences for our community. And I really, really appreciate the speed which our team have actually got this in front of us. And it's actually given us a few different levers which just recognise that every one of them are going to take their time periods and are going to have their limited, I guess, mix of results. So this is a good mix, and hopefully we can get onto it. It does actually make a true difference to what we're actually seeing on the ground down in our farming community.
Councillor King.
Can I draw your attention to page 93? There's some really good statements, paragraphs there, which explain exactly, where we're at. Now, I'd like to talk about being on the ground. I went up to the particular farm at the weekend and had a look at what's proposed up there. And I was taken to the spot where the regional councillors were taken last week, in which they overlooked the Katanui River, and apparently they just stood in that knob there with their mouths wide open. So, there's 100 planters apparently ready to go. They're well down the track, these guys. It's an outstanding bit of countryside. And I wonder even if the significant landscape or outstanding landscape card can't be drawn. I don't know, I'll throw that in. But it really is, it is something that's really divided. Well, it's not dividing our community. Our community is pretty united over the whole thing. And we're not against forestry. And we'd like to see parts of that farm go into forestry, but not necessarily the whole thing. There's a lot of biodiversity. There's a lot of, it's a complete water source. my understanding is the Shag River is not allowing, the regional council is not allowing any further forestry development down around there to protect that water source. And so therefore the same kind of thing should be happening with Kakadu. But it's a major thing which I think we're addressing, but it's a difficult one.
Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, just reading the document, I was sort of struck by the complexity of the various categories of landscapes and so on that we may be able to deem to be inappropriate for this kind of planting. There are some impose tougher rules than the NES on plantation farming. But I take some heart from the fact that the report mentions visual amenity landscapes, giving a classification thereof, giving us ability to have tighter rules, because we could specifically say that in such substantial monoculture planting, an adverse effect on that visual amenity are prohibited. So it may depend on how we do the mapping for that.
Well, just to say, I mean, visual amenity landscapes will give us some discretion.
Councillor McRoby? Oh, sorry, Mr. Cook.
And with that, the key benefit of that is it doesn't limit or impact the actual landowner and user of that land to the extent that some of the other categorizations would. Because we're still not obviously farming.
Yes, exactly.
That's McRoby.
Just to comment on page 93, Chair, second statement, carbon farming does represent an attempt to address climate change. I think if you believe in climate change, we understand that, but the paradox is that it would be at the expense of Waitaki's distinctive environment. And to me, it's so ironic that we have climate change trying to be addressed on one hand, and then on the other hand, it's affecting us substantially. We probably won't end up having any say over it. But I bring on the urgency of this review, and absolutely, and it's a very good paper, and I reiterate what I said about the timeliness to get this to us. It's only really got to say well done to your team, Roger Hamish and Andrew, for getting this to us. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly a point that I made in my last report, which went into the whole situation. It's really bizarre, actually, that I've been told that this carbon farming that's happening at the moment in Waitaki district is by New Zealand companies, New Zealand owned companies. So it's not just sending the benefit of that overseas, but what it does allow is for companies to carry on polluting and to do damage to the environment somewhere else and damage our environment and trying to fix their damage over somewhere else instead of actually dealing with the root problem.
Chair, this is central government's initiative as well. The $1 million trees program. It's funded totally by them, as I understand it.
Yeah. I mean, just speaking to the motion, I mean, the Deputy Mayor pointed out that this is a cost. This is something that has come from central government, and you know, we're obviously picking up on the concerns of our community, and you know, this is a very clear example of more costs added. We're going to have to spend upwards of $100,000 to try and put some measures in place to actually protect our place and our environment from policies that are pushed down on us. And it's, you know, our people aren't seeing any benefit for it other than hopefully something doesn't happen because of what we're going to do, which is just all, you know, totally backwards as far as, you know, I can see it. So, look, yeah, I think it's absolutely something we've got to do. It's something our community wants us to do. It's going to be a cost to them. We have to get on and do it anyway.
Bring it on.
Councillor Woolston.
Yeah, just a quick question to the team. In terms of it being a significant natural area, SNA, has there been an Indigenous biodiversity survey carried out up there? Very, very precious biodiversity that may be damaged, destroyed by planting of monoculture pine forests?
Through the chair,
I've seen a Indigenous vegetation report for the actual headwaters of the Kakanui, looking over the new block where council was there the other day. And there's approximately 14 identified species of Indigenous vegetation that are there. So we are aware of what's there, as are the people planting the carbon forest, as well as the other people involved. The land owners around that area who are concerned about what's going on. So it's quite public in terms of what's there. And yes, there is, especially in the headwaters of the Kakanui, there's significant areas.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Hopefully that may place some restrictions on moving the plant.
Else? So I'm going to put that. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? It's carried. Thank you very much. Now move on to 7.6 tranche funded updates.
Don't we have the 7.5, the list of independent code of conduct investigations?
Oh, sorry, I haven't got it on my list. Yep. I do have it in my agenda though. I'll go to 7.5.
I'm happy to move that, Nick. I'll second that.
Move, Councillor Wallstein. Any discussion? Pretty straightforward. Just a list of names as to who to be called on if we have a code of complaint. We need someone objective to look at it. Councillor Hopkins?
No.
Okay. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Now we're 7.6, page 99, and welcome back, Mr. Hope, and welcome, Mr. Pacey. And
thank you. So, the previous meeting, an update on how the tranche 1 funding in relation to water reform was requested. So here is the report, with also a request for some delegation to officers to be able to move funding between the projects. Really, why this is that authority has been asked for is that not only was this part of the water reform program, it was also part of the post-COVID stimulus package. So thus, there are some quite strict rules about how this funding is deployed, and probably an even stricter time frame in terms of getting the matters delivered. So it can really only be spent on the approved projects, initially approved projects. They could be varied, but practically probably not on the time to actually get the money spent by the end of it. And really, there's two quite distinct types of projects that we've had approved for this funding. One is where it's a total package and there's a sort of an end, very clear end objective. The other is where it is funding is being provided in terms of a larger need. So those are the ones with very round numbers and a notation about basically spend up to budget, and that's it. So between those two, there should probably, if there's underspending in one area, it's something more specific projects, this will be redirected most likely into some of these, the larger ones, and just do a bit more. And in sort of one case with the Palmerston water mains, it was actually really cost effective to expand the scope of the project slightly and call on some depreciation funding to allow the program to be executed most efficiently. So that's my introduction. I think it's probably over to questions, which Mr. Pacey will answer in terms of any individual projects.
okay. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, look, very quickly then. What I don't quite understand is whether this is a retrospective delegation or whether you're simply going to juggle the budgets you've shown us in this report. It's public. So if I did a rough add up of everything that you've got down there, and it's more than the amount of money we got in the tranche 1 funding. I've calculate that everything that we, about this signed spending for is about 7.5 mil, which is more than the 7.4 we got. So I'm assuming that all you can do is just, if you like, rearrange the deck chairs on. I'm not saying, I'm sorry, that's a bad metaphor, but you know, I'm assuming that all you can do is some internal reallocation rather than any increase in that total funding quantum. Is that right?
Through the chair, and Mr. Hope has mentioned, some of the figures are round figures. They are about 1.5 million we're going to spend on renewals of Palmerston.
So there might be a bit of free.
Yes, through the chair again. So we will pick up the free fall by using depreciation funds. So
No, but you might have a little bit. What I'm saying is these figures, if they're rounded, then there might be a little bit of, you might have a little bit more money than it would appear from the list you've given us.
Yeah, through the chair, these figures would have been in the order of plus or minus 30%.
Okay.
Because they were just estimates at the time.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Right, someone else move. Yeah, Bell and Councillor Roby. Received information. Sorry, Mr. Hunt.
Oh, no, I mean, it was of particular interest to the community, the last Wahine Community Board that I attended in relation to the Palmerston water mains renewals, and that was just about to get underway. So just asking Mr. Pacey for an update, because that's a very significant project being undertaken by Westland Contracting. We'll see him later in the day.
Yes, so through the chair, commenting on the Palmerston water main renewals, this has been something that the community has been wanting for 15 to 20 years. Effectively haven't been able to fund it. So this was a really good opportunity for some long overdue renewals to be undertaken in Palmerston. They're about a week into the process. I understand they'll be completed about November this year.
Thank you. Just note that at the recent candidates meeting in Waihemo, all the three attend people who were speaking as candidates all wanted an emphasis on infrastructure, water and roading. I just note that $2.5 million going into Palmerston itself, about a third of our total funding from that budget, is probably it is the largest non-ratepayer amount of money that's gone into any water service anywhere in Waitaki district. And ironically, whichever of those candidates gets elected on, we may not ever have the chance to do such a thing for Waihemo ever again. But the important thing is we have been able to do it, and not just for Waihemo as well. It's been the communities around the district, smaller communities that struggle to afford the upgrades and the improvements as much as we would have liked to have done. So a lot of really good benefit, and really thankful to the team for their good work. It's been a lot of extra workload on top of also dealing with the request for information from the Three Waters work and your business as usual. So, yeah, you'll be ready for a break after all of this. But Mr. Hope's shaking his head that you can't get one.
We'll just have to stagger the breaks, because unfortunately I don't see the work easing off anytime soon. We've got ambitious programs and probably more information to supply in the very near future. So
Mr. Pacey can have a break in the evenings.
So Mr. Pacey, yeah, please pass on our thanks to your team.
Thank you, certainly will. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So we're moving those three recommendations, is that right?
I'm sorry, just going to that page. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Right, who'd like to move?
It's been moved, hasn't it?
Oh, sorry. We're not going to move. We're with you. Right, so I shall put those in favour. Please say aye.
Aye.
Against? It's carried. Thank you very much. Paul, I'm just not ready to go on to the development contribution conversation yet.
won't be, but
But we do have, we do have Mr. Geddes here from the Amenity Airfield, so we can go now, Clive, if you're ready to do your bit. So, thank you very much, Mr. Hope. So welcome, Clive Geddes, to the, as chair of the Amenity Airfield Limited, to present the report of the airfield. So I'll just double check where we're at. So 7.9 on page 255. Okay, so welcome, Clive. Hopefully the trip over was a good one.
thank you, Your Worship. I very cunningly came last night.
Oh, good planner.
To enjoy some of the assets of Oamaru, and was pleasantly surprised to find, because I do everything at the last minute, that I had some considerable difficulty in accommodation in your town. And on the fifth motel I tried. So I can assure you that Oamaru is considerably busier than Queenstown is at the current time.
Either that or everyone else knew you were coming.
Well, it could be.
No, we certainly sympathise with the situation Queenstown, and we are enjoying a reasonable amount of domestic tourism. But I'm sure sooner the Australian bubble can be opened, the sooner Queenstown will be able to start bouncing back in better form.
You have before you the draft statement of intent from the company, plus the 6-month report to end of December 2020. I am taking those as read, and I don't have anything to add, but I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have on either document.
Thank you very much. Councillors, questions?
Yes, all right, I do have a couple, and I should point out, like Clive and I go back a while. We've shared a stage in debates and things of that sort. So, just looking at your initial comments, Clive, I noticed that you say we've agreed to cover the audit and revaluation fee. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just wondering, when did that happen? I don't recall. Was that something that was agreed with the shareholders group, or?
Yes, it's, there was a revaluation required as part of the change of the audit standards, and the cost of that was significant. As council sought to ensure that all of its CCOs met the standard applied by the Office of the Auditor General, and they agreed to cover the cost of the valuation. And from memory, that was in May or June of last year. The valuation itself was done. Mr. Hope is nodding his head, so his memory is at least as good as mine.
And just another very quick question, and congratulations on getting the surplus and even having your revenue at 56 now relative to what you budgeted at 64. Forgive me if this is a silly question. What is turnover percent? I know that you've got it in the budget in 2021 at 14, and it was only 6, but the landing fees and all those things make sense to me. What is turnover percent? So,
through the chair, the structure of the airport company is that the airfield company owns all of the land, but apart from the terminal and the cafe building, none of the assets. And the commercial model is that any operator on the airfield, be they a cafe operator, a gliding operator, tow plane operator, or a maintenance person, pays 5% of the defined gross revenue to the company. The model was put in place because it avoids complexities around all of that. Go back a step, all of the assets on the airfield, as I said, apart from 2, are leased. So the hangars that you see are leased to separate companies. So a percentage of turnover is an easy way of collecting rent in that situation, rather than having formal leases, we still have a lease, that require revaluation, etc. And the model was put in place in the late 1990s, and it's worked very successfully since.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Wallstein?
Yeah, just a question, Clive. I know it's an accounting question. You may be able. At the bottom of your company equity, you've got the revaluation reserve, which you mentioned, the revaluation of the assets owned by the company.
Yes.
But in your accumulated surpluses, year before was 175,000. This year, 124,000. Quite a $50,000 drop there when the company made a surplus of 4,400. So
Two things.
Yep.
Through the chair. First is that these are 6-month results, so that surplus 4,000 was for that 6-month period. Secondly, that the reserve is essentially cash held in the bank.
No, I don't think so, Clive. I think accumulated surpluses is your yearly profits carried forward, your retained earnings, if you like, carried forward. Second last line above total company.
Yes,
company
I see.
Just to retain earnings, and it normally the change there would reflect the income or loss for the period. In this case, it doesn't. But I understand you may not sympathise if you don't know the answer to the question. So
I'm perfectly okay when you look at the page, which is money in, money out.
Yeah, indeed. Yep.
When you step me into the arcane world of accounting, I'm afraid I'm not able to, but I will be very happy to supply the chair with the response from our accountant. Because if you've asked the question, I think you should have a response.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tavendale.
How much do you think the fact that we've got this set up as a CCO costs the Maramaret Airfield Limited?
Through the chair, councillor, the ongoing cost is the cost of audit. So our audit cost is between $8,500 and $10,500 a year for a company that in 2019 grossed 154,000, and in the current year is going to gross about 2/3 of that. It is a significant cost. However, we have explored over the years mechanisms for finding a way around that, and the reality is that it is just a cost that is borne by the company because it's the nature of the company. And, the current feeling of the board is that it is an asset that the council should retain for the reasons that lie behind the immediate asset, and that there's not ever been a discussion that for the want of paying a higher audit fee, that should be, the council should consider investing its shareholder.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your candor.
Sorry?
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Councillor Wallstein again.
Yeah, so second question, Clive, on a different topic entirely. There was some talk a couple of years ago about perhaps obtaining some more revenue from part of the airport land.
Yes.
Is that discussion advanced?
Yes.
There,
Excuse me, but on the first page of the statement of intent, I think you'll notice a line has been added to the things that we're going to do with the objectives. The loss of the permanent operator, Glider Mariner, on the airfield, combined with COVID-19, placed the company in an extremely difficult situation. Excuse me, Your Worship, if I take a bit of time over this because it's important to understand. What it essentially meant was that at the end of March last year, you could not get a launch at a Merriman. If you were a glider pilot and you came, there's no towing. And you'll all appreciate that a glider airfield is not much use unless you can launch a glider. So
there were some interim arrangements put in place to get through the end of last year. And during the winter, we have had a local resident who's a professional glider pilot purchased a microlight in the United States, bought it to Amerima, and has provided the towing capacity through this past season on a very satisfactory basis. And we've also had the Youth Glide winch. We have now have 2 locally trained operators, and that is able to provide launches. However, you will all appreciate that it is a high-risk enterprise that owns an airfield from which people can't fly. So the company has commenced a project to look at subdividing some of its high-density residential land on Limbus Drive. And we have commissioned, we are getting proposals from 3 different project management companies to give effect to that. So the advantage of doing that is that the road and the curb and channel and all the infrastructure is already there. And all the company has to do is subdivide the land that is adjacent to that road. We have a draft proposal which indicates somewhere between 6 and 8 lots, allowing for access into the balance of the land as well. We have from the gliding community already expressions of interest that will look after most of those lots. So that proposal is being handled by the other 3 directors, and the reason for that is one of the project, my son is a shareholder in one of the project management companies that's being considered, and I've declared a conflict of interest. And so the selection of the project manager is being undertaken by the other 3 directors. We hope to, they hope to be able to bring to make a decision on that. And once that is done, Your Worship, we would come and talk to council about how we could effect to that. The purpose of it is to create a reserve, a cash reserve, a substantial cash reserve, and following discussions with airfield users to consider the purchase but not operation of a tow plane. So there are a number of really good tow plane operators who don't have an aircraft to operate. And we think it is legitimate for the company to at least consider the ownership, not the operation, of a tow plane, rather like it owns a windsock. It allows the airfield to continue the business that is there. We have had a close discussion with the current tow operator because we don't want to tread on toes, and he is interested in working together with the company to have a launching, a towing operation that would be run by the one operator.
Right, just on the sale of sections, so
yes.
You say some interest already.
Yes.
Are they going to be sold at a market rate?
Yes.
Yeah, but just wanted to make sure that we've got a transparent process.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we would go as far as Worship to contract a sales agent, an independent sales agent. Very, very conscious that these things can become very like the circular reference you get on the spreadsheet if you're not very careful. And we are also very conscious that our audit requirements of process as well as fiduciary duty. And, so we're going to handle this whole thing at arm's length.
That's very good to hear, and it certainly is a good time to be looking at such a development with the availability of land and demand on the low availability of land. It should go very well. So that's good. Mr. Power, your question?
Yeah, I was just interested to note that turnover percentage dropped 52%, whereas landing fees dropped only 19%.
Yes.
And with the vagaries introduced through Glider Marama and its operation,
yes.
in a way, who are the dominant people landing in the airport now that have managed to keep those landing fees up so high relatively?
They are largely the youth flight organisation and private owners. So we've been surprised by the high level of activity on the airport, to be honest. We felt we were being perhaps over optimistic in setting the budget that we did. We were fully aware that the percentage of revenue from Flight America had vanished. However, I can advise you that we have 3 new operators, 2 of whom have already commenced business, and 1 is currently going through the civil aviation requirements to operate adventure aviation activity, which is, in simple terms, is commercial flying. So you could turn up to the airfield and book a glider flight for half an hour and pay for it, and it would be a wholly legitimate activity, which has not been the case necessarily in the past. So we are providing support to those people at this stage through experience and mentoring. But we hope that by the start of the soaring season later this year, which is October, that operator will be in place. We also have another operator who is intending to introduce microlight training off the airfield in the year to come, and he's had a very good response to that.
Thank you. It's just on morning tea time now, but we had scheduled time for a short workshop with you as well. You just clarifying you still want that time.
Yeah, so I appreciate that.
So we'll have a break now, and the live stream will recommence at 11 a.m. We're going to have some morning tea and have a short workshop, and then be back at 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Where'd you find
Okay, we're just reconnecting to the line. Sorry. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we are now on item, get this one right, 7.7 on page 105. Looking at adopting the draft 2021 policy on development contributions. Welcome back again, Mr. Hope, and welcome Ms. McIntosh.
Andy's a shy and retiring person.
Would you not like to say that?
Oh, hello, Randy. How are you?
We have many questions for
Oh, huge number.
Here comes South here.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Hope, if you'd like to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mikucha. Look, this is it's been through a couple of one workshop that's been reviewed by the Development Contributions Committee. The current policy it has been working reasonably well after the adjustments were made as part of the 2018 process. The chair of the committee may wish to comment on that. Most of the matters that have been dealt with have been essentially relating to older policies and previous determinations. It's just a light refresh on addressing really items that were noted under item 2 in the recommendation. One change is some changes to the dates in terms of when the consultation, hearing and deliberations will take place. Due to some delays with the consultation document, I believe it's appropriate to have these hearings on similar dates. But other than that, happy to answer any questions. It was a very long report. It's actually the changes are highlighted. It's really been updated for new information. So I'll happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councillor Percival.
Well, really, without inquiring or questioning of the complexity of the DC calculation and ignoring possible effects of the proposed changes to Three Waters and RMA, I move that Council adopt option 1 inclusive of changes described in recommendations 1 to 5.
Okay, I'll take that as a notice of motion because we're just doing questions first. So, I have a question, and that is, there's the recommendation to remove 50% remission on roading development contributions for residential developments. We put that in place because there was just an inordinate amount of pushback when people found out that they had to pay the full amount, and we reduced it to make it more reasonable and make sure that it wasn't being seen as an impediment to residential building. What's happened to make us change our mind on that?
The changes in terms of the timing of the invoices in particular, that's really removed the various amount that's upfront, so that the developer incurs that cost. And so I think it's very clear from the start, rather the issue that we're dealing with is that roading DCs were being invoiced to the eventual purchaser, usually when the house was being developed, so it was sort of came as an unpleasant surprise. So the commission was designed to address that, changing in timing, and invoicing to the developer. That issue has been addressed. Really the main few issues with the roading development contribution in a residential setting. It's been more in some of the larger commercial ones where they've been reviewed, and there is some ability of the committee to address those concerns on a case-by-case basis.
That answers the question well. Yeah, I think people kept getting surprised the way it was, where they do the building, everything was pretty much done and dusted, and then here's another bill. So good to see that that's been fixed. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I don't quite understand why the invoicing issue justifies changing the DC from a 50% charge to a 100%. Now, I can see the logic of the 100%. It will presumably encourage compact development and incentivize urban sprawl, is how it's said, which would appear to be in line with government objectives. But I can't see on the face of it that invoicing should warrant a 50% increase in a DC. I'm wondering if Ms. McIntosh or Mr. Hope could explain the rationale.
As I said, it was a 50% remission, so it was actually, the DC was set at a level, and the remission was introduced as a way to address an issue that the eventual owner, so the person that built the house, was getting invoiced rather than the developer themselves.
Gotcha.
So the developer's very aware of the costs now. It's set out, they're the ones liable for it. And so there's really been no issues from developers coming back and saying the DC is unreasonable. So it was a timing issue and a way to address that.
Well, if I may then, I have some other questions on other pages, and I would also foreshadow that I think we need another motion today, namely that we adopt the draft policy for consultation, which isn't there. There's some of the others that we're considering today, and I think that needs to be added. But some questions. Pages 112, 18 and 23 all refer with respect to the two or more units of 80 square metres or less on a single site to create more affordable homes for single persons and couples. Now, I'm wondering why we make that specific reference to single persons and couples, and I'm wondering whether the officers don't think that it might be better to end either at to create more affordable homes or to create more affordable homes for single persons, couples and families. I mean, you might have a married couple with one child. So I'm just wondering why, because if I'm a family and I want to buy one of those units, I don't qualify for the DC. I don't qualify for the remission.
Sure. Yep, that's correct. And with what discussion the Home and I had this morning, we'll remove that statement of the targeting single persons or couples because we've defined that 80 metres squared as being the ideal size and still looking at the bedroom. We'll remove that statement. That was my misunderstanding. I haven't read the motivation for it.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear you say that. Now, two other questions then. On page 129, there's a reference to request for reconsideration, which must be made within 10 working days after the date on which the person lodging the request received notice from council. You go to the next page, page 30. I think it's page 30. And 130, I should say. And there's a reference to 15 working days. I think it's the next page. Apologies if it's not, but yes, it is. How an objection is lodged. Any objection must be lodged with the council within 15 working days. And I would personally, I'm wondering why we don't simply have one set of dates for both.
It's a requirement of the argument.
The 10
for the
okay, right, and 15 for the other. And the other question I have on that page, and one more after this, but what's the rationale for the deposit of 2,750 plus GST? I mean, it seems to me it's a big amount of money, and at least we should be saying why we're charging that, or are we just making that figure up? I'm sure we're not, but.
So that's consistent with what a number of the other councils are charging as an upfront. Because the objector is liable for the cost of the commissioner and the hearing and everything associated, it generally tends to have about $30,000 cost. So it's getting some cost to secure the process and actually confirm that they're actually wanting to proceed. So that's just putting some definition.
Thank you. My last question then on page 137, and I think I mentioned this the other day at the workshop. I'm just trying to find it. I'll go back to 137. I just think self-contained means a residential unit which has a kitchen, toilet and bathroom facilities, and there are various other definitions. I still haven't seen a definition of kitchen, and I think we'll be asked for one, and I think the draft policy needs one. Would you accept that as?
That's good.
Thank you. Mr. Wallstein.
Yeah, just a quick question, Mandy. Going back to the two or more units, 80 square metres. How's that size been arrived at? Is that the standard
That
size?
was- No, that was a size that was proposed by the picture. And as we discussed at the last workshop, I mean, I have lived in flats, 3 bedrooms in Christchurch, 80 square metres. They're small, but they work. It's a size that gives some definition of what we're trying to achieve, really. If we take out the single couples, at least putting a definition around the size gives us some idea of what we're trying to achieve to put smaller housing availability out there. If I've interpreted that wrong, please.
No, I'm not. I'm just wondering, I'm not quite certain, 80 square metres.
It's a nominal number, and you know, slightly arbitrary. And yeah, the problem is any measure that you put in there, unless you're going and knocking on the door and checking who's living in there at any given time, which of course we don't want to be doing. You know, it's, you know, a place that size can be a family home, not usually that small. Far more often it's going to be something where it's an ownership flat type situation. That's what we're trying to encourage with making these changes, is that people find it you know, more cost effective than it currently is to build smaller homes for people's retirement homes, you know, the ones that they downsize to, perhaps, you know, might be their last home. So, you know, that's by doing that, we're freeing up 3-4 bedroom homes in the system, and that's helping people move up the property ladder over time. So, you know, we can spend a lot of time trying to build people's first homes, but the reality is build people's last homes, and have a lot of success with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mick. I understand that, but what I was wondering was, like, that figure there, if the house actually had an attached garage, it would then be a very small house. So that's whether most of those users have attached garage.
Oh, look, I'm very open to how exactly it's defined.
I think it's,
Look, I mean, it's a draft. Yeah, we're going to, you know, we've identified a number of groups that we're going to send this out for consultation. We're highlighting changes. So I think we'll probably get feedback from the industry, from developers, to say, look, whether it's the right size or it should be a bit less or a bit more. I mean, we're clear, it's the view to say we're clear about what we're trying to achieve here.
Yes, I understand.
We'll get some feedback about what's actually the a practical size.
Yep, that's great. Thank you.
But, yeah, I mean, just even the garage discussion, you know, as soon as you say whether it includes a garage or it excludes a garage, a garage can be changed into a bedroom.
Oh,
you know,
sure.
Particularly if it's an internal one. It's, you end up with driving different behaviours because as people try and fit around the whatever the description is. So that's where it becomes difficult. And it's just trying to have something that's fairly simple, fairly easy for our people to deal with. And look, the odd one will slip through that wasn't intended.
Yep. I look forward to submissions.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
I was just going to mention that a house can very easily, and I'm a 2-bedroom house with garage, 70 metres square, easily.
It's very true. Family enforcement, 5 years and 72 square metre. So,
My discussion less than 1,000 square feet.
Councillor McRoberts.
Question for you, Paul. Have any financial implications or calculations been undertaken on rates increases that are likely to occur from changing the definition of a kitchen? E.g., a kitchen versus a kitchenette. There is some statutory differences if you look up the definition of a kitchen, even under Wikipedia versus a kitchenette, there are quite major differences. So I think coming back to a comment about definition of kitchen is very important. But have you done any calculations about what the rates impact might be on properties that might have kitchenettes that are currently quite different to a kitchen versus ones that have
Happy to answer it here. It's probably going to relate more to the revenue and financing policy, which is the next item. Look, if it's determined there is a separate use, so it falls under the definition of separately used and inhabited part, that would add a minimum of $70,000 to the roads bill. In Oamaru, it's going to be even more than that.
Maybe take it under the next section.
Yeah, there's all, yeah, again, it's an area where people bend the rules and so forth. I know some Airbnbs that, you know, don't put in a full kitchen so that they can keep the cost down on their rates, for example. These things happen. Anyway, we're moving on to Councillor Hopkins.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if you'd allow me to, I did foreshadow that we needed a second motion. I'm wondering if you'd allow me to move that now. No, but I believe we need a second one, namely that council adopts the draft 2021 policy on development contributions and financial contributions with amendments as agreed for consultation.
So that's item 4.
Got a notice.
Oh, well, don't we have to put it out? Okay, 3 and 4. All right, sorry. Yep. Okay, right, this is covered. That's fine. Sorry.
Councillor Percival.
Treating disarray.
Councillor Percival. Would you like to move?
Yes, well, excuse my breach of protocol. I'm a teacher, which is not really my style. Yes, I would move that council adopt option 1, inclusive of changes described in the convention 21.
Thank you. And secondly, Councillor McRovey.
Shouldn't we just be moving the recommendations on page 105?
1 to 5, is it?
1 to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, 1 to 5. Yeah. Just double check on the next page. No? Okay, so move and second and 1 through 5. So any discussion on that? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I'm having suggested changes and supporting the fact that we have to put a document out for consultation. I'm going to vote against this because the option that we were given was one to wait until we've seen what's going to happen with 3 wards and then do the whole thing once. Well, it's been a proposal that's in here. And my view is that we should do this once and do it right, not change it later if we have to. So personally, I would prefer the DC contributions amendments to wait until that central government tranche of legislation has come through. And for that reason, I think, you know, we're probably going to have to change it. And so I would prefer to wait and do it then, other than have one consultation now and possibly another one later.
Yeah, we have to do it at a minimum of every 3 years. So basically, they'll have a policy.
But all we've done, we have reviewed it. If we reviewed it and said we're happy to wait until that matter's resolved, I would have thought that would have passed the statutory test. No? Okay.
Erring on the side of conservatism, given the policy is frequently contested.
Okay, all right.
It has to be adopted in line with the long-term plan. But the option 1B is the commits to an additional review following the outcome of the pre-board review.
Well, on that basis, I've changed my position.
Pretty much heard the flip-flop from here.
Response to an intelligent answer.
I'm just rephrasing that slightly. Anyway, any other comments? Councillor Wallstein?
Yeah, I'm fully in support of this. I think in terms of the proposed key changes, they really don't relate to any of the new legislation coming through at all. They're, to a degree, they're closing loopholes and closing gaps in the application of the policy in the past, especially with the ability to require a fee and to recover all costs in relation to debt recovery proceedings. So I think we need to do it. So I'm fully in support of the recommendations.
Okay. I shall put it. Those in favour, we've got, well, pass these the motion. Please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, it's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mandy, for your work on this. Okay. Now, moving on to item 7.8, the adoption of draft 2021 review of finance policy, page 153. And Mr. Hope again,
Thank you.
to introduce this.
This, again, a bit like the development contributions policy, I think the rating system that council has developed is actually standing up to the test of time very well. If ratepayers take the time to actually read through a vast amount of documentation, or at least the back of the invoice and some of the information we supply with it, I think they can get a good understanding of the rates they're being charged and what they're actually contributing to. I'm not saying many people do that, but if they do, certainly far more clarity than many other councils where it's 2 or 3 rates, a general rate that sort of funds almost everything. Water rate, sewer rate. So this is just a light update of some of the matters that have come up over the last 3 years, particularly to do with this one, the Omri business rate, in relation to separately used and inhabited parts. Happy to answer questions. Do need to highlight, probably fitting under the minor amendments that will need to be made in submission with the dates. On page 162, term reinstatement of the rates penalty is included. That's not required. We never removed the rates penalty. They were just sort of set to 0 for a very particular reason. Word exemption rather than remission is used in relation to forestry. That needs to be updated. And then through some of the other documents, there's just been some inconsistent references that will just need to go up and make sure they all refer to the same things. And these are in relation to Ohout Village should be treated as a rural scheme, not an urban scheme. The references to Hamden Maraki should be to the Hamden Maraki zone of the Oamaru water scheme. So those are really the main ones. I think we've given a copy of these minor updates. So they're referred to those names in some places, but not everywhere, really just because of the number of references in all of these documents, but the main ones were in the rate of funding in that statement. And the last thing is the pretty picture that you've got in front of you, and that we do need a decision in relation to where the boundary between Oamaru and Western in terms of the community rate will exist. I'm really, it's up to elected members to guide officers in terms of where is the community of interest for Western, maybe all the way into the Waireki Junction. I don't know what your views are, but there's probably, I would have thought, a couple of natural boundaries. One is the one that's marked and is based solely on roads, which is really, so it comes up Parsons to Tutu Hill to Essex Street, Western Road and District Road. The alternate is Tutu Hill to Parsons Creek, run along the middle of the creek effectively, to District Road, which is unformed, and then the pool. A couple of options there, but it's really anywhere you'd like to draw it. We just need a way to sort of reference it. So, questions? First.
Councillor Tavendale.
It's probably a bit of a dumb question, but around the business rates, obviously in the table we're looking at the impact on rates, general rates is per person, and the impact on the business rate is the business rate as a whole. Is that right?
Yeah.
So how many businesses are we talking? I'm just trying to get an idea of the quantum of what's making a difference.
It's probably moving $60,000 or $70,000 worth of rates. So very minor impact right across the district, but quite an impact. Yeah, I would have thought between 250 and 300 businesses.
So it's quite a massive.
Yeah, it's a very small rating base.
Yeah.
But yeah, dispersed over the community. It's a very
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So certainly the business community carries a heftier load. They still will, but it'll be eased a little bit. And you know, as time goes on, these things change, and there's the reason for a lot of these weeks. Not going for massive change. It's just really looking at, you know, what is the fairest division at the moment. And, so that's what's being proposed. Hopefully, people see, you know, secret reasons why.
I guess it'd be good in the future to sort of see these in the same kind of elements. So, you know, per business rate versus per ratepayer, just kind of makes it a little bit easier to understand what the real implications are.
Yeah, I'll certainly take a note of that and try and I suppose model something with that. Maybe we can do discussions just to get an idea. Nothing else, just wasn't possible.
No, that's fair. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Holt.
One or three questions in total, two on the funding needs analysis. Both on page 199 of our agenda. If you look at the definition of separately used and inhabited parts has been broad. Where kitchen facilities has been used in the definition, this is replaced with cooking facilities. My question is, are we comfortable with having cooking facilities in the funding needs analysis and kitchen in the development contributions document? Or should we look for consistency in both?
That's a very good point. I think it's fine for consultation.
Right.
But I think it is something that we'll probably do a bit more research on in terms of what other councils are doing, just to see whether others align perfectly and whether any implications of that.
My other question on that page is item 6, and this is the reading material which I take it is new. The Oamaru and Western amenity rates boundary has been redefined by the Oamaru ward boundary. I think that's what we're trying to say is the Oamaru and Western amenity rates boundary has been realigned to be the Oamaru ward boundary, something like that. Better way to word it. Sorry, if I may, just my last question on page 235, which is the rates thing. Give me, I have a feeling I asked this at the workshop, and if I've forgotten the answer, I do apologise. Under the top heading, top section, local amenity rates, Oamaru and Western use a combination of land value and fixed charge for local amenity rates. All other amenity rates are based on the land value of each rating unit in the defined area. Why the difference, please?
That was because with the expansion of the boundary, we start essentially we're capturing some quite large properties in Oamaru, so we talked about a way to cap the impact because the land value on a 10 or 20 hectare unit might be quite disproportionate. So we're just going to have a way to cap that out based on a 2 hectare maximum.
Thank you very much.
They'll get a fixed charge.
Yeah, I remember that. Thank you.
Any other? Councillor Holt.
Just actually, on second thought, looking at some of the Submarine proposed changes, there probably could be slightly perceived conflict of interest. Some of those I won't take part in the decision.
There are slight
well, you can explain the legislation.
I think it's well understood that basically every elected member is affected by rating decisions, so there's no conflict of interest when you're discussing rates.
Even business rates.
Even business rates. That's the understanding right across the sector of laws. Essentially, no one will be able to discuss a rating issue.
I think it's, you know, it gets more important the smaller the number. At the moment, we're talking about all businesses in the Oamaru business area, including the north business area being, we refer to that. So you're one of a larger group. So it is specifically allowed for under the legislation. So there is that recognition. But if we were talking about 5 businesses and you were one of them, it would be no, it's a different story. Councillor McRoby.
Thank you. Yeah, just on that same subject, given my views on kitchenette versus kitchenettes, would you suggest that I have a conflict in that? Because
it's a broad situation, and you know, you can acknowledge a conflict if you wish to, but it doesn't mean you need to not take part in the discussion or vote. Having an acknowledgement can be a transparent way of saying, look, I am affected by this, but I'd like to do that if that's the case. Yeah, perhaps I should have done it at the start, but I wasn't sure. Okay, any other questions? Right. Thank you. Moved Councillor Hopkins and seconded Councillor Alstein.
Okay, yeah.
And right, any discussion on that?
So, yeah, please discussion on the boundary, which one would you sort of gave a couple of options. So I'll mark the smaller ones on the map.
So we need a second resolution to report.
No, I think it's essentially falls under the approves the proposed changes to the boundary for. So this is just specifying what that is.
So can you run through the options again as you see them?
Right, so that one, the one that you've got there, so that's Parsons Road to Tuckerhill to Essex, Westland Road, and then down District Road. What do you think?
No, we can see. I think that's pretty clear.
Whereas the other one goes down here, and follows the path of the creek, that line there, straight. It captures probably another 20 or so properties. That are sort of already on Western Road and all the Western. And probably the larger one, it's all about it, what the existing boundary would be the officer.
Is that the Oamaru Ward boundary?
No, the Oamaru Ward is the entire, is the boundary right around the outside.
So, right, so what, that page 199, that'll have to change again, based on what you just suggested, which is the dark, flat brown line, the thick brown line, which is not the Oamaru Ward boundary at all.
Oh, no. So the whole thing is changing out, and then we're just specifying where the boundary between two amenity rates area is. Overall, it covers all of the Oamaru.
Right, so the double thickness line is that's where from this line.
Yeah.
I think what's drawn there is reasonable. You know, give or take 20 properties. That's, you know, it's what's the likelihood of that increased area utilising the amenities of Western, for example, versus utilising. I think the boundary is shown is a better approximation. The ones on that Tuckerhill side, Tuckerhill Road side, Western, whereas the other ones would more likely perhaps go the other way. I mean, it's like any line we draw on these things, there's always going to be exceptions to it, but I think it's a reality. Any disagreement?
No.
No. Happy? I mean, it's obviously this is going out for a consultation, and the public will have a say on it, which is an important part of it. Right. Okay. Well, any other comments? Fine. So I haven't put that in. From check on that. So I'll now put the motions as written. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we've got. I'll just double check our timing here. Okay, councillors, we've got the CCOs coming, but they're not going to be here for another 15 minutes or so for the next one. So the representatives from I take it District Health Services coming in. So in the meantime, if we go to item 8.1, the variations to delegations on page 344. So, power up.
344.
344, yep. What speaks to this one?
Oh, no, I think it speaks for itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So pretty straightforward, making sure that the recent changes in staffing structure is reflected with the delegations that they have in those situations otherwise. Someone like to move? Mute him down and seconded. Councillor Wolfstein. Right, any discussion? Councillor Percival?
I don't quite, I know I've seen it before, and it didn't worry me, but purchase limit unlimited, what is that? What is that? Unlimited?
Wow. We'd like to have a wee bit of drama every now and then. Essentially what that is, we need certain people in council to count. So the purchase limit is another way of saying is the payment limit. So in good old fashioned terms, it would be the ability to sign a cheque of any size. So it's already been approved and everything's gone through, but we actually need authority with the banks to approve payments of variable and sometimes large amounts.
So the protection is you can only buy stuff up to a certain level, but if you come to council and we've said you can buy something at a higher level, a larger amount, you still can sign the cheque for that higher amount, but it's had to have an approval process.
So the sanction of the council as far as the decision made to purchase something that might be high value, it's not enough. You've got to have this delegation.
Yeah. So we've got to be able to basically supply it to the banks.
Right.
They want to see that officers have actually the authority to approve payments up to the account.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay, anyone else? Right. We'll put that. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? That is carried. Moving to the next item on page 346. Upper Waitaki Zone Committee Annual Report. We've had a bit of discussion on the zone committees at a mayoral level, which we won't go into here, but there's been some big discussions. Part of that discussion did also include the chairs, and we did have Simon Cameron, who's the chair of the Upper Waitaki Zone Committee, at that discussion. We had talked to him about whether he needed to come here for 10 minutes to present this report. He felt that he would be very capably represented by our councillor on that committee, Councillor McRovey. So I'm hoping everyone's got some really, really curly questions for Ross. But I'll hand over to Councillor McRovey to talk a wee bit about his work on the zone committee, and particularly what the zone committee has been doing.
Well, thank you, Chair. Given this is my report, but I will report on this report, if you know what I mean. The last 12 months on the zone committee have been quite interesting, and it's really been dominated by levels of E. coli and lateral canister over a year ago and subsequent testing, probably focusing on where the Upper Waitaki Zone committee is actually going, what's its purpose. And I often ask myself that, I have to say. But we're closely aligned with water, obviously, in our area, and the issues that are around the levels in TFI, TFIs and levels of TFI in the arm of the Ahuriri doesn't seem to be getting any better. There are consenting processes, I think, that he can are addressing, or at least expression before, when it appears that they may be at the bottom of the cliff rather than the top, trying to educate some sectors of the farming community, who by and large are pretty good to deal with, I have to say. And as you can see on the notes of the key achievements, I won't read them all out, they're all there on that page 347. And over here, Mahinga Kai explored at the community hangi, and I thought that I wasn't able to go to that, unfortunately, but I think we're really saying there that we're trying to learn a little more about our natural waterways and the implications of that on our environment. And this was held at a Merriman Station, and it subsequent commentary back, it was a very, very good, very good event. And there's another group being set up that are more focused on the Ahuriri area outside of this group. I haven't been to their meetings, but I know a member of our Ahuriri community has been. But look, I'd like to just take the report as being read. It's very detailed, and I'm not going to go through some pieces of it, but think of the key achievements. And yeah, so I'll move it's been received.
Someone like to second that? Councillor Hopkins. Probably I've just you've touched on the last 12 months has been like, and certainly our discussion at sort of mayoral and chair level has been, what is the purpose now for the planning committee? So they've served a very good purpose in the past. We've gone through different rule changes with our regional council, but yeah, that's kind of done and dusted now, and it's really where to from here. A lot of the three zone committees that were represented here, there was a common theme of working with catchment groups which are popping up around the place, and whether it's community-led, farmer-led, whatever, there's quite a lot of activity in that space. So it's helping oversee that and to make sure that resources are required are allocated as much as possible. So they've got a purpose, and it's just really around improving the environment from here on in conjunction with communities, which is a really good thing. So the other thing is going from 10 meetings to something more like 5 meetings a year, which just helps, I think, all the people who are on there. You'll still get the work done that needs to be done. The results will still be good, and I think everyone will feel their time is much better used. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I share that view, and I think the role of the committee, if we talk about localism and the idea of giving sort of power, influence and ability change to the lowest possible grassroots, then the committees can have a role engaging with catchment groups and perhaps being a funding conduit, maybe sources other than councils, and also awareness raising, explanation and engagement in the wider community with sort of water quality issues. I have a couple of questions for Ross. He may or may not be able to answer them. They're not meant to be tricky. But on page 348, there's this reference to Omarama farmers soaking up irrigation advice. And there's a reference to the Omarama Catchment Collective, supported by Irrigation New Zealand and Environment Canterbury. And it goes on to say that this field day complemented on-the-ground working visits from Environment Canterbury advisors. Now, what surprised me about that was that the Lower Waitaki Committee wants to have catchment groups, wants facilitators, can't seem to access funds. So I'm just wondering, is this Omarama Catchment Collective funded by ECAN? What fiscal contribution do you know is from Irrigation New Zealand? The Environment Canterbury advisors, are they?
I don't know the breakdown of any of that. I wasn't at that meeting, although it turned into a fundraiser, I think, at the end of the day, with a guest speaker. And they've got their second meeting tomorrow, I think, actually. The day we're heading up to Ashburton. So, but quite honestly,
that's fine.
The group is around the Onara area. So the subtools and the
No,
entities and so on.
I was just really wondering whether ECAM was actually treating the two zone committees differently in the sense that funds were available to one but don't appear to be
I
available
don't,
to the
don't
other.
think so. In fact, there's never been any reliance on funding from ECAM at all.
No, that's precisely. Yeah. I think we're contributing 5,000, aren't we, a year to the running costs of the committees, or something of that sort.
I believe it's about that amount.
This new group, I believe, has asked through the but it hasn't come to a meeting yet for a seed grant of $1,000 to set up a society for maintenance. And I don't think I've seen a paper in 3 years.
No.
But look, they're all trying to do the best for the communities that they are in, and there's a lot of work being done on waterways and fencing waterways and so on. So good on them for
I think government supervisor maybe more like about 7,500. So,
That's for both of those, isn't it? It's not 7.5 each. Is it? Okay.
That may change because there are some community members who are remunerated for attendance. If it's part of their normal jobs, they're not. Just as councillors are not remunerated any extra. But if it's basically being done on a voluntary basis, then they are remunerated. And I believe that funding goes towards that. If the meetings are cut in half, there may be a lot less cost due to that. So we'll see how that works out. Anyway, we've got, sorry.
One quick comment, thank you, Mikuchi. Just the photo at the bottom of page 347 is a great photo. And just that's the Dobson Valley Weed Control Program. But I think that photo just indicates the size of the problem that they're facing up there. So it's tough here, but it's read the little turn box above on the left. It's the weeds are trying to get to control up there. So this is a huge area to control. So
there's never enough money.
No matter
where it's coming from.
To the team that are trying to do.
Seems to be working. I can't see any weeds.
I know, I can't either. It's the toughest, but must be some of that in the whole landscape there somewhere.
Right. Councillor Taverneau?
Really good report. Just a random question of, does everyone have 2 blank pages? And I'm presuming they're not supposed to be anything else?
Yeah.
That's right. Checking I haven't missed
It's when it gets printed, because one's gone to a landscape version, the next page is a blank for that, then it's a blank.
Yep, no, that's cool. Just making sure my computer wasn't playing up.
So, yeah, it's for writing your notes on.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, moved and seconded, so that we received that, those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, that's carried. We'll now just have a wee bit of a moment while we change over. We've got one of the directors joining us by Zoom, Waitaki District Health Services, and we've got two directors and a CE and finance officer for the Waitaki District Health Services in person. So, welcome, Mark, Phil, Andrew, Kelvin. And we've also got the other Dr. Wilson and Scott on Zoom. So, welcome, Scott, as well. So, thanks. Thanks for joining us. Ainsley's just doing some switching over. And we'll get the presentation.
Do you have a page number?
Sorry?
Do you have a page number?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm juggling pages all over the place here.
253.
Yeah. Sorry. 253. 263. Try that one.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Lovely photo. We had the mayor in front of the door. It would have been better.
I was thinking of board of directors.
Maybe not. But
Do
anyway.
it like the Timaru mayor.
No, maybe not. No, he could have put his chains on. Right.
Around his ankles.
Anyway, we'll just get things underway. It's really up there, but thanks very much for popping in. Mark, so hand over to you and just take us through the report and whatever other highlights you want to mention.
So we'll start women of birthing in an older age, and there are complications that often come into that, and so it's often moving off to secondary service. So, in terms of acuity, so in terms of primary versus secondary, so those numbers are actually
Yeah.
very much in
Good line. Yeah, okay.
Our emergency department is still seeing elevated volumes. That's been a theme across all emergency departments nationally, and I think a code black that we never knew existed being announced at Southern. We think it's a combination of a range of factors, a suppression of treatment under COVID and starting to see the tail end of people emerging. People domestically staying home, not travelling, but also a continued trend of use of ED as opposed to primary GP services. So we're in line with the rest of the system, but it is something that we're closely managing. I think the important point is also not just volume, is the acuity of ED visits. Given the dynamics of our population, we are seeing increased acuity beyond some of our brethren down the road.
Acuity transfers to layman's language as emergency.
Sick people. Severity of sick
More sick people.
Yeah. And that's in relation to our cultural diversity and also our age profile as well.
Just the last point was just that there's no mention in there of mental health care. So
yeah, so it's a good point. Is our core purpose, as I said, was to provide. We've added enable, and it's not just weasel words. It's actually we don't directly provide mental health services. It's managed under the DHB, but we believe we have a firm role to enable, facilitate, and coordinate, and we're going to be playing a more active role in that area because one, it's critical to the health and well-being of our community. But two, if we don't address it, it impacts our core services irrespective.
And the mental health provision is contracted out to different providers. That's through both Southern and Ministry of Health. So that is quite a complex structure, which is where we see ourselves at. That's right.
Thank you.
That's the term.
You probably can't tell us too much, but the health and disability system reform, where do you sort of see that sitting? Like obviously there's a whole lot of questions as to what it means to you guys, but have you been through it and do you have any kind of high level understanding of how it may change the way we do things locally?
So I think there's probably some knowns and a lot of unknowns. What we do know is there will be a consolidation of district health boards. What we do know is that there needs to be better integration between primary and secondary health, which we absolutely would support, and also equity of access to healthcare outcomes, which again, especially where we're in a rural community, we would actively support. I think the key piece is we believe we play a critical role in terms of localism, in terms of interpreting the healthcare needs of the local community, and we would strongly hope that that's reflected in balance between centralisation and regionalism, that you also factor in localism. But I think that's a debate to be had. Councillor Tander.
Are you, just through the chair, are you planning on being actively involved in that debate?
To the degree to which we can be, and we are agitating to be part of the discussion.
Yeah. So we have discussed it at all level. I think Phil maybe that sounded clearer than it possibly is at the moment, to be honest. So there's some things you take from the report, what will be implemented from the report. No problems. It's coming close to fruition, and I think early to mid-April there will be clarity, and particularly in timeframes as well. We have been engaging with Southern DHB on approach to localism, and we also have been engaging with the other rurals, and Phil and I have a meeting with the CEO and chair of Southern DHB coming up So to try and progress our position. Sort of
Appreciate it. Sounds like you're front footing as much as you
try.
can.
Thank you. Mr. Pat?
I'm just wondering if you can tell us what insights you've been able to gain, having had an extended period of virtually no international visitation, and what that has meant for delivery of services and what that might mean as our borders open up again going into the future.
So if I look at it, we've probably seen the hospital be in a better position than ever in terms of things like infection control standards, hygiene, and the positive benefit on inpatient and hospital care, and also within the community. I think secondly, the vigilance that needs to remain in place, that New Zealand is in a unique position, and what has seen us well in the early periods will see us well going forward. I would actually say that possibly the attraction of some of our international doctors has been helped by COVID. We're a beautiful little community in a pretty safe location. And if you were in America and you're doing 15 intubations of COVID per day plus 5 gunshot wounds, Oamaru doesn't look such a bad place. Going forward, we will play an active role in terms of the facilitation of vaccination. But I think, Fergus, it's been learning the basics of hospital care and hygiene and how critical it is.
I've wondered whether your question is more specific to tourism. But in terms of whether we sort of proceeds for a little bit, whether we have more tourists coming through the department, etc.
Yeah, I guess my question was really more aligned along those lines, as in you've had a degree of stress removed during that period. It'd be interesting to know, well, what level of stress on hospitals. Right.
The numbers are about last year.
Right.
Yep.
Just on the gunshot wounds, we have got duck shooting season coming up. So
that's noted and that's been communicated.
Fingers crossed that we don't get any issues. Councillor Hull-Lady.
Kia ora koutou katoa, thank you for the report. I'm just interested in terms of the numbers through ED in the last 6 months, whether you know what typically what the breakdown is in terms of the presentations that have been made. We are that a lot of our visa holders don't have access to publicly funded healthcare, so in terms of them accessing healthcare at a critical time, they're probably waiting until they're really bad to access primary healthcare. Do you have any?
I don't have that at hand, Councillor Hulley. I can provide that, albeit if someone's sick, we will see.
I appreciate that. We have the Director of Health Pacific visiting in 2 weeks' time, so I think it'll be a good opportunity to have a meeting with him when they come. Good. Look at other opportunities that we can leverage funding directly from Ministry of Health instead of always going through the DHB.
Good suggestion. Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, a couple of questions. First page of your report. I love your new revision, by the way. You mentioned the fact you're facing funding challenges as well as inflationary pressures. I was quite surprised to see what are inflationary pressures, because clearly there isn't any at the moment, is there?
Yeah, Pacific Retail Group, Pacific Radiology Group would be a good example of that, Councillor Hopkins.
Right.
Which was a significant year-on-year increase.
Okay.
And still some collective agreements for restaffing.
Right. 2 other very quick questions following.
No, one.
Sorry.
You said you had 2, which is one too many, but I'm going to let you have one more.
Pardon?
When you started, you did your usual.
I said a couple of questions. Yes.
We're over time, so I'm trying to keep to time.
Right. Okay. Well, I would suggest that we as a unique hospital, invite Andrew Little to come and have a look at it in terms of his changes that he's proposed. On the next page then, looking at shift reform SDHB dependency has been further embedded with leverage of a rural health clinic funded through the Accident Compensation Corporation. And I'm just wondering, rural health would seem to be a very general thing that doesn't just involve accidents. So why is the ACC, or is it limited in its scope and what it does and who it treats? Or how's that entity setting up that new clinic?
No, so it's effectively, we get funded for a volume through the DHB. We need to get better actually also, not just volumes, but we talked about the types of people we're seeing in terms of, we're seeing some very sick people, given the nature of our population. In terms of the rural GP contract, it was set up where if there's an accident, someone presents to ED, someone who would present typically to a GP, we can claim ACC in that scenario where we couldn't historically. It was just part of the overall ED presentation. So it's just a better capture of what we're entitled to.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Maybe just one more comment from me with my community hat. Just thank you, Phil, for the support that the hospital have given with our community-specific health network. I think the collaboration is working really well, and it would be really good to leverage on more opportunities as such.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, just we are due for finishing. So I do thank you very much for the presentation that you've given us today, for the positive change around that we're seeing. And I know it's been a lot of work over an extended period of time. Changes in the board, staff, management, and throughout the organisation are all contributing to, I think, a new platform base for the hospital again, which is where we want it to be. We want it to be there working hard and providing good health services for our people. So thank you for all the work that you've done. Just also acknowledge Dr. Scott Wilson joined us. Just wonder, Scott, whether you have any comments that you wish to make, just as I'm signing off. I haven't actually looked to see whether you had anything to say along the way.
No, look, as I've said in previous meetings, I think the direction of travel is really good. I think there is a certain degree of wait and see with regards to how the reforms will roll out and how they'll be implemented. I think there's still, depending on which conversation you happen to overhear and which meeting, depends on what you go away with and which way you think they're gonna swing. But I think certainly it's really pleasing to be part of a team that's positioning itself well, regardless of which way it's implemented, to really capitalise and deliver well for the people of the Waitaki. So look, I heard most of what was said. There was a slight technical error there at the beginning, but no, I don't really have anything else particular to add. Are there any questions that are unanswered?
I think we're all good, but no, thank you very much. So we'll adjourn. We're going to have a quick 10 minutes with you, just for other discussions, but yeah, basically have a break for lunch. So thank you very much, and to those who are watching, we will be back at 1:15. We'll be live streaming again.
old one.
Okay, right, we're back into things, so just welcome representatives from Westland Contracting. Basically just hand over to you, Michael, just to introduce this report in public, and we'll go from there with questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pleased to present the 6-monthly report for the company for the period ending 31 December, although not quite as happy with the financial outcome for that period. For the first time, quite a lengthy period of time, for the first 6 months, we were in a loss situation, but one that we're very confident we will address in the second 6 months, that we'll see a profit for by year end. In essence, as per the advice we've provided, the difficulty is that we've secured a number of contracts which we haven't been able to make a start on, largely because of some issues around either consenting processes having not been completed, or land access ownership resolved by the party we were contracting with. So we have a number of pieces of work that are stockpiled up, ready to go, which in a perfect world we would have been well underway, if not completed and banked by this stage, but haven't. So that's had some underutilisation in the first 6 months. But we're busy at the moment, working hard and looking to address the situation going through for the next 6 months. Otherwise, it's been very much the company business as usual. We've continued with our plant replacement program. We've detailed some of the projects we've been working on in the Chairman's report. Working hard, working on environmental issues. I'm pleased to report that we've now got undertaken a carbon credit assessment and working on a plan to look to reduce our carbon emissions by 5% per annum. Some of the things that we're doing to try and achieve that involve things as perhaps as mundane as changing our lighting systems in our depots, looking to reduce idling times in our plant and equipment. So they're things that we've already activated. Looking forward, technology, particularly in relation to what types of vehicles we operate, we're looking at. It is problematic for our company because we do operate a lot of heavy machinery, some of which traverses long distances. So moving to electric is not easy, although we are currently looking at the possibility of electrical hybrid type vehicle in operation. Yeah, potentially. So that's something that the company is quite excited about, recognising our community obligation and hoping that will also assist with reducing overheads in the long run. But generally, the company's in good health. It's a good body of work moving forward, but the year won't be quite as profitable as the previous year has been, largely as a consequence of just the difficulties our area of the economy has experienced coming out of COVID. Happy to answer any questions from the Worship or the Council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wallstein.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your report, Michael and team. But just looking at your 6 monthly report, your income for the last 6 months is very, very close to the 6 months in the prior year. So you've done very well on the income front. But your expenses have risen in the last period by about nearly $500,000 higher expenses, given us the reduced result. Can you just comment on the extra expenses, whether they'll be their investment for the future or whether they'll be recovered in the next 6 months?
So with the Dunedin contract, there's the extra revenue coming in around close to previous years, but our income in our civil division has dropped down, so we've incurred extra cost in Dunedin, not to the extent of $500,000, but with that civil and a bit of stop-start stuff, there's also cost for that as well. So it's been a bit of a 22 really. So our income, even though it's similar, should have been extra higher again to offset those positions later in the civil.
Councillor Roby.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for your presentation. Quick question. Last time you presented to us, and even the time before, as I recall, you mentioned that there were a number of players in the market discounting. Discounting, quite the right word that you use, but is that still continuing, or has there been a bit of maturity come into the market since you last talked about that?
I think overall it's steady, but there will sometimes be a player that comes in at a low price. We won't go to that level. But there are quite a number of players out there. The odd person might come in at a low price, but it's up to them.
Okay, no, thanks.
Couple of quick questions. Are you able to tell us any more about consenting delays? I mean, I imagine people here might be interested to know whether they're with us, or I presume also discretion might mean you don't want to identify them, but what are the problems and where are they being experienced?
It's not with Waikato District Council.
Sure not.
There's been some other areas we've just had consultant hasn't got the licensing in place for whatever reason.
An example would be we were doing a job for another local authority that involved consultation with a government department, which hadn't been completed by the local authority, and they then had to go back and sort of restart the process, which delayed the commencement of the work. So those sorts of issues that have arisen, so things totally beyond our control.
Yes.
Which bear the unfortunate consequences.
Sorry, the other quick question. I'm interested to hear about the hybrid vehicle. Are you planning any sort of PR event or public launch? I mean, that would seem to be quite a significant and newsworthy event. Are you planning to build anything around it?
That would be further down the track. We're still looking at.
Oh, so you haven't decided.
We haven't made a final decision, but that's a worthwhile point, something we would probably follow up on. So.
And there's a range of manufacturers who are providing. I thought Volvo was, but I may be wrong. Anyway.
Councillors, any other questions? Do you want to talk a wee bit about your sponsorship side of things, just where that's at? And you know, obviously, we appreciate having a company which is also helping the community in different parts of it.
So our two principal areas of sponsorship are the Centennial Park, or what we call Whitestone Contracting Centennial Park. So it's an annual sponsorship of $35,000, which we've run for probably well in excess of a decade. And the other major sponsorship is the Opera House, where we have naming rights to the auditorium. It's $20,000, sorry, per annum. And again, we've been involved with that, I think, probably since the renovations were completed, so that's quite some time as well. We have smaller one-off sponsorships that we assist with, bulk of which are within our local district, though some of them are out of district where we're doing work to recognise the fact that we're supporting those communities that have supported us. But otherwise, the bulk of our return to the ratepayer really comes in the form of the dividend subvention payments that come back direct to the council on a basis based on profitability.
It's very good. Okay. Councillors, anything else?
No, I was just thinking the borrowings probably for Paul Hope. What's the parameters around the LGFA borrowings, the CCOs?
Being able to lend to a CCO.
Yeah. I'd have to go. I think CCOs are eligible to join. Yeah, it's something I need to go and re-establish.
Is this the afterthought? 3% of the borrowings?
Yeah, I mean, only if you need any money, less than 1% interest. Certainly, we are able to lend to our CCOs, but it has to be at a market rate. It's a requirement. But yeah, it'd be interesting to look into Whitestone being able to be a member of the LGFA. So, are we able to follow that up? Thank you very much. There it goes.
Raising that.
Question? Right. Okay. Councillor Tavendale.
Just wanted to make a comment. When you see the dividend end up over 5 years, it actually gives a real indication of how much your company is giving back to ratepayers and the community. I think that's pretty amazing. Just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, we're very proud of that. Nearly $3.8 million over the last 5 years. It's a serious number in anyone.
Thank you for that. Right. There's no other questions. Someone like to?
No, there's a portmanteau resolution way at the top.
Yeah,
Move on.
I was just getting onto that. We've got our next CCO here.
Well, I'm happy to move all that portmanteau resolution up to, but not including the tourism Waitaki one.
So I move that we receive all of the information for the 3 CCOs we've seen to this point in the meeting. Someone second that. Thanks, the King. Thank you. A lot to discuss on that. So I'll put it. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? It's carried. So thank you very much. We certainly do appreciate the work that you're doing, and yeah, we've sort of gone, from the lockdown a year ago through a fairly challenging time, wondering what the future held. Generally speaking, things are busy, but it's obviously just a timing issue at the moment. Yeah, things up. And certainly I think, I hope that our staff are talking to you about whatever work comes up and giving you the opportunity as well to make sure that we are sharing the love back to you. So, that's good. But thank you very much, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you for your time.
Until we meet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing from you soon, Ben.
Okay, we've got a few minutes until Tourism Waitaki are due here. I'm just going to go and see whether they might be. They've arrived already. We're pretty much through the rest of the agenda apart from the public excluded part, so we're just trying to get through, make sure we get all the public bit done, and then we can close off and just do the public excluded, a couple of items that are on there. But, we'll just take a wee moment.
What are your time constraints? I know you mentioned at the start of the meeting.
We're well on time now.
No, but yeah, so you have to exit at some point?
No, it was just making sure we got through the agenda.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Right. 2 minutes, so just have we pause for 2 minutes. So yeah, we'll be back very shortly.
So
Okay, right, and with that, we're back, and we have Tourism Waitaki representatives with us. So welcome to Chair and CEO and the Finance Officer, Manager. What is your title?
Finance and Business Support.
Right.
That's it.
Well done. Finance and Business Support. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome. Thanks for changing time and coming earlier. We appreciate it. Just helps us get the public part of the meeting dusted. So, thank you. Anyway, I'll hand over to you, Mike, and the floor is yours.
Yep, thank you very much. Well, I think as you would have seen from Margaret's report that COVID had a significant impact on Tourism Waitaki's operations. And fair to say that the board moved quickly with Margaret to action a restructure and mitigate the loss back to our shareholders rather quickly, which wasn't a pleasant thing to undergo, but the market dictated that and was out of our control, so it's something we were forced into. And as you would have seen in the accounts part of it, Margaret, the board's backing was very successful in securing government funding, which has helped keep us afloat, 2 strap funds for Tourism Waitaki and also for the Penguin Colony part of it. And with a lot of hard work and a bit more slashing and burning, we're going to be delivering out the result for you in the black this financial year as we're forecasting through. So I know you've had a chance to read through the report, and Ms. Margaret wants to talk to anything. We're quite happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, kia ora everybody. Just as you're aware, the COVID-19 in March saw the closure of the Oamaru site, the Environment Information Centre. It saw us ceasing to contribute financially to the Kura Information Centre. The Penguin Colony was closed for approximately 3 months. The result of the major restructure saw us going from 17.2 FTEs across our company down to 5.7 in starting this financial year with part-time staff other than 1 person, and the Penguin Colony dramatically changing its operation model once it reopened. 400,000 we received for the RTO from the Strategic Tourism Assets Protection Program that was targeted to support destination management work, domestic marketing campaigns, people resources and capability, digital assets and collaborations with other RTOs. And for the Penguin Colony, it received the equivalent of 500,000 over 2 financial years, contribute to operating expenses. So with that additional fund in this financial year meant that we could move all staff at full time. We could employ a part-time destination management facilitator, a full-time PR and communications specialist, and had funds to collaborate with our neighbouring RTOs, and also targeted investment into domestic marketing, digital assets well. With the Penguin Colony, it enabled us to maintain a 7-day-a-week operation with the changed operation. We removed the day tours and the associated costs that come with that. Without the international visitor numbers, you'll see in the graph in that report, we're down 78% in 6 months to the same period the year before. And operating revenue has fallen 77.68%. Without that, so you can see the significant impact that has had on there. So for many years, as you know, the Tourism Waitaki has had an operating structure that is unique in New Zealand, having its own tourism attraction to help sustain its operating costs for the RTO, as in Penguin Colony. So that model worked fabulously until we had an international pandemic, and then it's actually worked against us compared to most other RTOs in New Zealand. It has been beneficial to the ratepayers with that model. It meant the burden on the ratepayers hasn't been as great, but it has exposed Tourism Waitaki without the additional source of income coming in. And that income is still going to remain untouchable while MB are contributing funds to Penguin Colony. The visitor centre was opened on the 7th of October. The council kindly contributed 6 months rent relief, which helped alleviate some of the costs down there. And Waitaki Whitestone Geopark relocated into the site in December 2020. So it's been possible for Tourism Waitaki to carry the costs of the visitor centre only because we're receiving the MB funding. But we have advised council that if that MB funding is not extended into next financial year, we are not going to be in a position to be able to carry those costs further. In governance, Adia Craig resigned sadly from the board in October 2020. So the board, shareholders, support are maintaining just a full-person board for Tourism Waitaki. But we do want to acknowledge the huge contribution that Adia has made as a board member for the time on there. So I'm happy to take any questions that have come out or everybody's got.
Okay. Thank you very much, councillors.
Just the funding, MB, for the site, is that funding, is it that part of the stat funding that still funding the colony as well?
Yes, yes.
Hopefully you have an indication of
so there's 2 lots of funding, one for the RTO, that was 400,000 for 12 months. We are still waiting to hear MB's position on that fund and if it will be supported going forward. We don't have an answer on that at this stage. The STAT fund for the Penguin Colony went over 2 years. So we received some finance for some of that income this financial year, some will fall into next financial year, but we are also looking at a loan facility which is interest free for 2 years through MB if we need it for the Penguin Colony.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, some questions and a comment on the SOI. First of all, don't take this the wrong way. I haven't seen much in the way of PR and communication since October 2020. What is this full-time PR and communication person's principal focus? What's the job description and briefing?
Yeah. So they're doing all of the marketing, editorials, blogs, commentary. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Right. Good. Two further questions on your report. When you say you've advised us, council, that you won't be in a position to support the continuation of the visitor centre, have you and the shareholder, our executive committee, have you had any discussions about that? I mean, have you asked us to become a funder to replace the STAT fund, or how's that conversation progressed, or is it progressing?
In the contract services, yep. So last year when we gave the contract services for this current year and next year, there are some scenario builds in that with visitor centre and without a visitor centre. So it's been quite transparent costs of it. If we do get the funding, it's probably possible for us to continue supporting it. If we don't, we can't, and that's been laid out in all scenarios.
Unless we come to party.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
My last question then, under governance, at the time of writing this report, TWA remains concerned that both the draft contract for services for financial year 21 and 22 and SOI 2021 have yet to be accepted and signed off by the shareholder.
Yes, we have raised that with the executive team.
Well, I don't know who I asked. You're worried about it. Why hasn't it happened? Is it, Mr. Power?
Oh, it's probably a question for Mr. Hope.
Sorry, it's just sitting with me.
So
sitting with me.
But are there any particular reasons it hasn't been, or is it just that there's a lot to be signed and sorted?
It's just time and resourcing.
That's fine. So you anticipate
the has been raised, and I've got time in my diary
resolve these matters.
Thank you, Paul. Just a very quick comment on page 335 of your SOI, if I may. Yes, your vision, visitors are drawn to explore the people and places by Waitaki bracket within the constraints imposed by COVID-19 as defined by its natural heritage, etc. Could I just suggest to you, with vaccination, I mean, I know there's going to be delays, but I would personally think the SOI could well delete what's in brackets. I think as a vision, it could walk beyond COVID and just, you know, that's just a comment. It's your SOI, but I just pass that on as a comment.
Thank you, Jim.
But, Councillor Walsh?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Margaret, for your comments before. But just a question about the loan from MB, which you say you can apply, you can apply for a loan facility of up to 458,000 in principle, but the support of the shareholder will be required prior to proceeding. So, can I just ask you what sort of information, what you might want to use that loan for, and what information you provide to the shareholder to obtain some shareholder support?
Yes, so we raised this at the last executive meeting with the shareholder. And as far as MB are concerned, they just need it acknowledged in council's minutes that you have been made aware of the loan and support of it. We are taking it really as a safeguard. It may be that we do not need it. We can reject it and turn it back to MB at any time if we feel that we don't need to pursue it, which is where we would rather be. I get that advice from Abby Cheeseman at MB as well, to have it sitting there. We don't get the funds until next year anyway.
Okay.
So we just don't know what's going to be happening once the borders open. Worst case scenario, there's another outbreak, the whole country goes into lockdown, and we're back where we started. So it's better to have it and not use it than not have it at all and find ourselves in struggle.
So would you actually draw the money down, Margaret? I see it interest free. It's 2 years of interest free.
Yeah.
Draw down, have the money available. But the point about the support of the shareholders, does that mean that the council in fact has to guarantee the repayment? Is that what it's support the shareholder?
You basically,
means?
because you're
Yes,
an
it does.
interested party.
Yes.
Yes, we're not going to draw down that full amount. The maximum we're going to draw down is 276,000. Approximately.
All right, thank you.
Councillor McRoby?
Thank you. Challenging times ahead. I just had two questions. One is, where was the photograph taken of the oceans? In your report?
Where or where?
Where? It's on the contents page. Where was the photo taken? Was it in our district or in another district?
This is on the statement of intent.
What page number, Ross?
334.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that is up at the top of,
That's okay.
Yeah.
Good, it might have been in the Waitaki district.
we look at the
Yeah. My second question is,
Burgers are rampant.
given that there is another organisation down in the precinct, Whitestone City, given it is your organisation, has there any consideration been to whether or not the two organisations can mutually work together as one?
No, we probably wouldn't. We wouldn't look because that we've already been there, done that. It was a big financial drain, which we couldn't sustain.
Okay, right. That's all I need to know.
Just on the Alps to Ocean trail money, obviously you're getting 20,000 from ourselves and from the Mackenzie district around advertising. And I'm just looking at the total cost and seeing that it is currently actually creating a profit in that particular area. And you did raise it last time as being an area of concern. Just clarifying, you wanted the funding to remain the same. You weren't looking at.
So what has changed since doing this is the concession income that we felt that we were going to get and have had in the past is now under threat because the head document with council and this council and the district council and DOC is needing to be reviewed due to section 4 of the concession agreement, which means we cannot basically send any concession agreements out until it's been fixed. So we have wiped all of that income off.
So that's your gross sales.
It's in that gross sales figure, yeah, it is. And that's something like $30,000 to $40,000 worth of income.
And yeah, I was going to say, how are those discussions going, or who's owning those discussions right now to get?
Joint committee taking it up with DOC and the two DOC and the CEOs of the two councils.
Thank you.
What are we taking up with DOC?
So the issue is the document that DOC signed and agreed to for concession, basically free concessions for operators on the Ulster Ocean. Had a couple of clauses in there that have only just been discovered that have not been actioned. And one of those is that every concession agreement should be signed off by the councils. None have ever been signed off by the councils. And every operator that acts or works on the Ulster Ocean Trail must have a health and safety system audited by the councils. And once again, that's never happened. And so that has been raised in the joint committee, exposing both councils to some risk. And that has to be closed up as a loop in that document with DOC and a solution.
That was raised last week. Right, anyone else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Power.
Yeah, just really a question out of sheer interest, really. On page 9 of your report, you refer to the Qualmark assessment and obtaining silver again. What would actually be required to achieve gold?
Yes, we've been trying to get gold for quite some time. There's only a limited number of gold awards that Qualmark is prepared to give out, and at the minute, as far as I know, the state the quota is full. It's an argument, a discussion point that I've had from that for some time, because really there is no gold award attraction in Waitaki at all. Some areas have quite a few of them, and services is equally as good as many other attractions that have got gold. So it is frustrating. But I've added it now as a target in our statement of intent to try and get gold. But it does come down to the individual who comes and visits. Their opinion.
Thank you very much. Right, if there's no other questions, councillors, someone like to move? Oh, does Councillor Percival, do you have a question? Okay, no, that's right. Right, someone like to move that we receive the report to Councillor Road, Tindale. Thank you. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Mike and team. Yeah, I know it's tough times, and it's a little matter of just getting on with it. We are, I think we're quite pleased across the district just how well the domestic tourism is going. I think it's carried on for longer than what it might have for, you know, and we don't know when it's going to stop, hopefully not for some time. And, you know, if we can keep a par with what's been happening. It's not the same for everyone, of course. Penguin Colony is an example of an attraction that was reliant on international visitors far more than domestic. So that ones like that are being a challenged, but good work and keep promoting Waitaki and making a place where people want to come.
Thank you. Thank you to our shareholders. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Right, with that, councillors, finishes the public part of our meeting. So I thought I'd move to go into public excluded. Councillor Wallstein and Councillor Holding. With that, those in favour, please say aye. Against. Councillor Williams, was that against? Sorry.
Yes, yes. She wants her vote recorded.
Right, no, that's fine. That's carried. So thanks very much for everyone who's joined us, and we'll just take a wee break before we go into public discussion.
Thanks to the press.